Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Today's gonna be a bit different. Some people asked me, so I'm gonna go through the Epstein Files with y'all. Okay? Wait, why can't you repost? Is it true that people cannot repost? Yes. Oh, you can repost. Okay. So, a lot of people asked me to do this. And that's precisely why I'm doing it. And I'm going through the Epstein Files. There are some really disturbing things that I found on these files, by the way. I found Jay-Z in these files. Yes, hold on, let me make a trigger warning sticker. Okay. Trigger warning. SA unaliving. Okay, there we go. Got it. So, hold on, let me tell my Discord that I'm here. Yeah, I found Jay-Z on this, by the way. Crazy. I found some really, really crazy pages, I'm not gonna lie. So, yeah. So let's go through the Epstein Files. You gonna break your keyboard? Yeah. Let's go through the Epstein Files. So I'm gonna share what I found already. Hi, Crash Out Kirby. I'm gonna share the things that I've already found. And some of the things are really, really crazy, right? And it's very interesting that the people who are calling for law and order are actively also not really doing much. So yeah, so I'm gonna show some of the things that I found. Oh, trigger warning. Cannibalism is also something I found in these files. Yes, you heard me right. Cannibalism, right? So yeah. Like the live, share the live, okay? Yes, I did find cannibalism in these files. I added a trigger warning sticker. Can you not see? Can you not see the trigger warning sticker? Wait, that's weird. It's saying it's showing on my side. Okay, on my side it says it's showing. Hold on, let me do a new sticker, okay? Hold on. Wait, where is it? Let me do a new sticker. Okay. What about now? Can you see? Okay. So, so if you want to access, okay, then can the mods please do that? Can the mods please just write trigger warning in the chat? That would be awesome, because for some reason the sticker isn't working. It could also be that I'm using the sticker effect, green screen effect. So if you want to access this, right, you go to justice.gov/Epstein. Okay, that's the website. Justice.gov. Did he mention Ethiopia and Eritrea? Yes. Ethiopia and Eritrea are mentioned, and also them needing to merge is mentioned, or potentially merging. Justice.gov/Epstein. Okay. And then you get this page, Epstein Library. Then you go down right here. And this is where you search. Okay. This is where you search. And so, for example, to the people who said Jay-Z is on here, yes, Jay-Z is on here, but he's on here under his actual name, Sean Carter, okay? So you just type in, let's say, for example, Sean Carter. It gives you one page, this one right here, okay? So you click that one. A lot of it is redacted, right? So we're going to try to read the redacted part. So what does it say here? Trigger warning, by the way. Can the mods continue to write trigger warning? Because some of the shit that I've read here is legitimately disturbing. So please, 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 please do type in trigger warning. For some reason, my sticker is not working. I did put up a sticker, but it's not working. So the mods, can you just, from time to time, every like 5 minutes, write trigger warning, CW, trigger warning, yada, 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 okay? So please, 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 write trigger warning, because it is, some of it is disturbing, right? There is child SA, there is cannibalism, there is like abuse, okay? Grape, all these different things. So heavy, heavy, heavy trigger warning. So let's say this one. So this is the first one, right? Yes, cannibalism. So it says here, on 7/10/2019 at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, redacted, called the FBI National Threat Operations Center to identify herself as a victim of SA by Jeffrey Epstein and others. Redacted provided the following information. In approximately 1994, redacted. I'm guessing the redacted part here is the victim's name, okay? Because they're redacting. So a lot of times they're redacting the victim's names. They're redacting another person who they don't want to be known. So they're redacting a lot of people. In approximately 1994, redacted revealed herself to redacted as a past victim of SA by Epstein. Redacted described the abuse occurred during parties, redacted. Where the parties are located, it's redacted. Redacted further identified redacted as a friend of redacted. In approximately 1996, redacted resided with redacted in redacted. An unknown man abducted the victim from her home when she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Jay-Z. Why is Jay-Z with Harvey Weinstein? Crazy. In the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter, while Weinstein had inserted his fingers into redacted, redacted believed she was in Epstein's mansion in Florida. Redacted estimated she was abducted on 7 occasions, awaking each time in an opulent indoor setting. Redacted suffered from SA on multiple of those occasions in which Epstein participated. Redacted recalled Leon Black and William Barr, the Attorney General. The former Attorney General William Barr is involved here. So that's why I said it was very fascinating when William Barr said, oh, Jeffrey Epstein unalived themselves, because they're literally in this file, in which Epstein participated. Redacted, who's the victim, recalled Leon Black, I'm not sure which Leon Black this is, and William Barr, current United States Attorney General, being present during some of the occasions of abuse. In approximately 2006, Redacted later recalled being abused by Epstein. On each occasion, Redacted believed she was substanced, clouding her memory. Redacted attributed the substancing as frequently performed by persons assigned as handlers, whom she described as persons who established friendships with victims. Among her handlers, identified the artist Pusha T. I'm sorry. Pusha T is in this? Hold on. So y'all know who Pusha T is, right? That's the artist Pusha T. Yeah. So anyways, this is the victim, right? The victim believed she was substanced, clouding her memory, Redacted attributed the substancing as frequently performed by persons assigned as handlers, whom she described as persons who established friendships with the victims. Among her handlers, Redacted identified the artist Pusha T. In approximately 2007, Redacted attended a party, Redacted, following invitation from an unknown man who had approached her as she walked down a street. Weinstein and Pusha T also attended the party and substanced her before engaging in SA. Okay? Redacted claimed to have additional information of other persons involved in the enterprise and information related to racketeering conducted in support of the trafficking. Redacted further believed she was under surveillance and stalked at the direction of the people involved in the SA. Redacted confirmed she was not diagnosed with any mental illness. Redacted refused to provide her physical address, advising that she maintained no permanent address. Rather, she moved between staying at different hotels. Now, who were in these files? Harvey Weinstein is being mentioned. William Barr is being mentioned. Pusha T is being mentioned. Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z, is being mentioned. We don't have a clue as to who Redacted is. Redacted is the victim. So, and Leon Black. So this is an FBI investigation. If you see here, Federal Bureau of Investigation, crisis intake, and this is from 2019, right? And so this is a victim who was a child victim who has reached out to the FBI in July of 2019 and has basically shared her story. Now, who is Leon Black? Hold on. I want to see who Leon Black is. Okay, so Leon Black is a billionaire and a longtime friend of Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, usual suspects. Right? So Leon Black is an American private equity investor. He is the former CEO of Apollo Global Management, which he co-founded in 1990 with Mark Rowan and Josh Harris. Black was the chairman of the Museum of Modern Art from 2018 to 2021. He is worth $13.6 billion US dollars. So this is the Leon Black who was mentioned in the file. So who did she mention? Yeah. exactly. Here it is. Now next, that's how many times Sean Carter is mentioned. Now let's see how many times Bill Clinton is mentioned. Okay? And Bill Clinton is going to be under his full name, William J. Clinton. So, William J. Clinton. 51 results. Crazy. So let's see. These are just foundation. This one is what I wanted to read. This is another victim report, by the way. Oh no, actually, this one. This is an email thread. This is an email thread from the FBI. And they say, on Tuesday, August the 27th, 2019, myself and SA Redacted conducted an interview of a purported victim of Jeffrey Epstein as per referral by my former FBI SA Redacted and journalist Michael Moore, not the filmmaker. The results are as follows. At 1200, a male identified as one redacted arrived at the C20 office. Redacted stated he was unemployed and resides with his mother and her unemployed, morbidly obese boyfriend. Redacted stated he has ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms as well as other illicit substances in the past and currently smokes Mary Jane. Redacted, again, please to the mods, I beg you, every couple of minutes, please type trigger warning. Okay? I need you to type trigger warning, SA, trigger warning, CW, because the files are really graphic. Redacted reported being raped, sodomized by his great uncle since the age 5-year-old until age 22. He described meeting Epstein at a yacht club of his relatives where members first at age 5 and later 8. Redacted states, so Redacted in this case is the victim. Redacted states he was sodomized by Epstein in 2000 on a large yacht, 9 out of Redacted, as well as by former U.S. President William J. Clinton. So this kid is saying that they were raped by Bill Clinton when they were a kid. Crazy. Redacted states that also current President Trump, along with his wife Melania, were present. Huh? Excuse me? Yes. Redacted states that also current President Trump, along with his wife Melania, were present during the said yacht trip in 2000. Trump not married to his current spouse Melania until 2005. So before he married her, they were at this yacht where this kid was raped by Bill Clinton and Epstein, amongst others. Redacted reports, while being raped by Epstein and Clinton, he was in a heavy substance-induced state. Redacted stated all of the above incidents were recovered repressed memories until he began therapy sometime in 2016, approximately. Allegedly, by the way. This is all allegedly. Also, I really love my life. I don't want to take my life, okay? Just wanted to say, in case the girlies know. In case the girlies know, because this is some really sick shit. Redacted offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or witness that could be contacted. Redacted appeared to be emotionally unbalanced and not intoxicated. At this time, it is not recommended that any additional investigative resources be expended concerning redacted claim. Excuse me? So the FBI gets this, and then they say this is not worth investigating. Okay. So this is an email. They say, again, I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar, but left no scarring. Excuse me? This is the victim still, by the way. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from these intestines. He was also graped by George Bush 1. Victim disclosed he was escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who is the creator of The True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of an FBI investigation. Let me know if you want to discuss the former FBI agent that called this into the head office. Thanks. And then they say, thanks, I didn't realize Bush graped him too. Okay. So Bush is also involved. We're talking about Bush Jr., by the way. Right? Yeah. Do y'all know, by the way, when I'm like laughing like this, right? I'm not laughing because I find it to be funny. I'm laughing because I'm actually like horrified. This is like awkward laughing. So I just want you guys to know this. I'm like actually taking the seriousness of the situation. And I'm actually laughing because I'm horrified. It's uncomfortable laughter, exactly. So I just want people to realize that it's very uncomfortable laughter and not like funny laughter. So let's go to the other documents. So this is just... Okay. This is Ghislaine Maxwell's documents. Hold on. There was another one that was really crazy that I wanted to show. Give me a second. There was also code words that were being used, like bathing, which I didn't understand. Something about bathing and something about bathing rituals and like bath salts or whatever it is. I just couldn't understand them. I'm trying to find the one, hold on, with the great details. Oh, look at this one. President William J. Clinton, Kevin Spacey. Oh, hold on, let me read this one. Is this the same one? Oh no, this is the one that I already read. What is this? There was one that I read that was here, by the way. Hold on, where is it? I'm trying to find this one. Because there was a great detail that was given. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it if I just open all of them. Because I'm not able to find it right now. Because there was another report from the victim in which he's actively talking about what he experienced on the yacht. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, there's a lot of redacted as well, by the way. a lot of redacted, but I'm trying to look for the specific file of the kid and what he experienced. I think this might be it. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So this is the child, right? So it says here. So there's going to be a lot of redacted, as you see. They probably do not want the like information out, so there's going to be a lot of redacted, right? So trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. This is really, really disturbing. Like this one was really disturbing to me. Okay, so trigger warning. There's going to be child essay. So redacted, male Caucasian, redacted. After being advised of the identity of the interviewing agent and task force officer as the nature of the interview, redacted provided the following information. This is all redacted. Redacted initial conversation and mannerism suggested some degree of possible mental illness or emotional instability, although redacted was polite and well-mannered. The basis of this interview was predicted on an email sent to the office of the ADIC, FBI, New York Field Office, Criminal Division by former FBI SA redacted on July the 12th, 2019. So they're talking about a former FBI agent who then passed it on to the current agent who is investigating it. The email referred to a request that the Bureau personnel contact an investigative journalist friend of redacted, Michael Moore, not the film producer, via redacted, regarding an interview of a purported victim of Jeffrey Epstein's victim. The author made phone contact with Moore, and an interview was scheduled at the C20 office on Tuesday, August the 27th, 2019 for 12 p.m. Moore stated that the alleged victim, redacted, was traveling via bus from Rhode Island to the New York field office. The author met with Moore and redacted, and Moore stated he would not be present during the scheduled interview. Redacted stated that he first met Epstein at approximately age 4. What the fuck? He was 4 years old. He was a baby. Okay? Stated that he first met Epstein at approximately age 4 while at the redacted East Greenwich, Rhode Island. Redacted stated that his family were members of the redacted. So I'm guessing that his family members, I think his uncle he had mentioned, were probably in some kind of club with Epstein. And that's how he was introduced to Epstein when he was a 4-year-old kid, right? So a family member introduced him to Epstein. There we go. So his family were members of the redacted. Redacted stated at that time he was raped, sodomized by his great uncle. There's the culprit. The great uncle is the one who introduced him to Epstein then. And that Epstein, allegedly, by the way, all of this is alleged, and that Epstein was present and did not touch him. So Epstein was present while the great uncle was raping a 4-year-old? Fucking sick, right? Redacted stated that after he was raped by his great uncle, redacted, Epstein then spoke with him. Redacted stated he did not know the identity of Epstein until some unspecified time in 2016. Right? Redacted further stated in sum and substance that while on a large luxury ship that sailed out of the Newport Boat Show in Newport, Rhode Island, September, redacted, so they removed the day that it sailed out so that you don't know which exact ship that they're talking about. At approximately 8 years of age, so 4 was the first time he met Epstein. He was raped in front of Epstein by his great uncle, and then at age 8, he was taken on this yacht. Okay? So yeah, so if you notice, if you're reading like a lot of these things, like a lot of like some of the names of the people who are redacted are people who are participating in the crime or people who are sending emails and sending like really effed up shit, right? So I'm guessing that is probably people who are still powerful, who are not ex-presidents or ex-politicians, who are still actively in power, and that's precisely why they probably have their name redacted. And then also, it was interesting because they added the files, and then they removed them, and then they re-added them again. So I'm guessing they probably redacted more things. Trigger warning, by the way, this gets even more disturbing, this kid's story. So, Redacted further stated in sum and substance that while on a large luxury ship that sailed out of the Newport Boat Show in Newport, Rhode Island, September, Redacted, at approximately 8 years of age, he, Redacted, was subjected to some type of medical exam about the yacht by unknown doctor, while his great uncle, redacted, so see his great uncle's name is also redacted, and family member, redacted, were present. So a doctor checked him while a family member and his great uncle were present. Redacted went on to describe a bizarre event in which redacted inserted a tape measure in his rectum. This is an 8-year-old kid, by the way. Redacted stated, subsequent to the exam, he was then raped, sodomized by Jeffrey Epstein as well as former United States President William J. Clinton. William J. Clinton being Bill Clinton. Allegedly. All of this is alleged. I have absolutely nothing to do with this, by the way. I'm happy with my life. Okay, just wanted to say that. I'm a very happy person. I still want to live. So just wanted to say that. Trigger warning, by the way. Also, all the mods, just continue adding trigger warning in the chat every couple of seconds, every couple of minutes, please. Because I added a trigger warning sticker, but it's not showing, unfortunately. So again, stated he was then raped by Jeffrey Epstein as well as former President William J. Clinton while in a heavy substance-induced state. Now, as if you notice, I'm gonna be using, what's it called? TikTok-friendly language as well while I'm talking, right? So while he was in a heavy substance-induced, this is an 8-year-old, by the way, an 8-year-old. He was 8 in this section. When he was on the yacht, he was 8. Exactly, like the live, TikTok shop, F1 in the chat. So Redacted also stated, this is now the disturbing part. Now, again, this is why I'm saying it's alleged, because these are documents that were given to the FBI. This is a part of an FBI investigation. Redacted also stated the bottoms of his feet and back were slashed. Crazy. Allegedly. Redacted further stated also, during the said yacht trip, multiple unknown male blacks were, I hate the word blacks that they're using that, were engaged in acts with unknown female whites who had their backs slashed and were bleeding. Redacted also described several infants being unalived and their intestines removed, as well as other acts of cannibalism. Redacted also stated that the former United States President George H.W. Bush engaged in a sex act with an unknown male black. former United States Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and businessman George Soros were present on the same yacht while all of the aforementioned acts of violence were occurring. Redacted was then asked if he had any injuries or scars as evidence, to which he responded, "On my anus." Redacted was unable to provide any supporting or corroborating evidence or the identities of any witnesses to support his claim of victimization. Redacted did provide a handwritten list of his family and extended family members, and it was not clear what investigative value, if any, the list held. Redacted also stated that his great uncle, redacted, is in possession of video evidence of his crimes against Redacted, as well as several snuff films that Redacted had watched in the presence of his great uncle, redacted. Yeah. This was the same yacht that Donald Trump was on, by the way. Because if you read here, in the email, remember I read you guys the email? Yeah. In that same email, they say, Redacted states the also current President Trump, along with his wife Melania, were present during the said yacht trip in 2000. Trump was not married to his current spouse, Melania, until 2005. No, what I'm reading is EFTA 012 46 048. That's what I'm reading. This is from the FBI. Okay. It's from the FBI. Crazy, right? Please like the live, share the live, like the live, share the live, type F1 in the chat, protect it as well, right? So, yeah. It's crazy. Do you know what's also crazier? So Bill Clinton is mentioned 51 times, by the way, including other things that the Clinton Foundation has done, basically, hold on, how do I do this? Sorry, y'all. I've noticed that the background going through the Epstein Files is okay. So the Clinton Foundation is also receipts of theirs is also there, right? This is all online, by the way. The fact that they just secretly posted this, to me, is creepy, but also it shows that they're probably planning on doing something. Now, next, I wanted to know, I found this as well. Hold on, where is it? This is another thing that I found. Hold on. Wait, where did it go? Sorry, y'all, I'm trying to find the document because I found a weird picture. Is it this? Oh, no. So I found something else that was very weird, right? Which was Puggy. Have you ever heard of the name Puggy? Have you ever heard of the name Puggy? Because I didn't know who Puggy was, right? So I want to go through all these documents. So I thought Puggy was a woman. Okay. Uh, Hold on. I thought Puggy was a woman. But Puggy see that? Mark Lawrence Epstein, nicknamed Puggy, is an American property developer and the brother of financier and child SA offender Jeffrey Epstein. So Puggy is actually his brother. The whole time I thought Puggy was somebody like a woman or something like that, right? So now I found also correspondence between Puggy and his lawyer, Stacy Richmond, and what he sends a file, or like he forwards a message to her from an email called Puggy Unaliver. You see it right here. So somebody created a fake email called Puggy Unaliver. Now what does this person say? Hey Puggy, you have two choices. Or tell the court you partnered with your brother, or we kill your family like your brother. Didn't they say that Epstein was unalived by an inmate? So why is his brother, Puggy, you can see it right here, being told, either tell the court that you partnered with your brother, or we're going to unalive you like your brother. This is another email. And by the way, Stacy forwards this to another lawyer, redacted. Now, who is that lawyer? They forgot to redact this part. USA, where does that person work at? Hold on. Offices for United States Attorneys. Okay? So she forwarded this to the Department of Justice because of how horrified she was, Stacy. So Stacy Richmond, right here, she's a lawyer who works for Richmond Hill and Associates. And she is apparently Mark Epstein, aka Puggy, his lawyer. So he sends her the threats that he's been getting. And she says, please see the below. I think there is something going on that we need to be seriously concerned about. This is more aggressive. Please advise. Okay? So she says that. So what is the email? The email that she forwards, by the way, is the email that we read. You have two choices or tell the court. The crazy thing is there are more emails. Okay? What's the email here? Hey, Puggy. My boss is a very kind person. He loved your brother. Your brother's mistake was that he wanted to tell the court everything. The boss wants to meet you. He just wants to see if you know him or not. What's the boss's name? Huh? Who is this boss? Who is this boss? So apparently, they're saying the boss. That's it. That's all they're talking about. The boss loved your brother. And it's very fascinating here. It says, your brother's mistake was that he wanted to tell the court everything. In my opinion, it kind of low-key feels like this is an admission that Epstein didn't unalive himself or wasn't unalived by an inmate. Because who is the boss here? Who is the boss that is sending him these emails under the email Puggy Unaliver? I don't think it's Trump. I don't think it's Trump. I actually surprisingly do not think it's Trump. I don't think the boss in this question is Trump. The date, this was sent on May 25th, 2020. Right? And then he forwards another email. Okay, let's go to the last page with all the email. Here. So the first email was sent on May 25th, 2020, 10:35 a.m. Hey, Puggy, you have two choices, or tell the court you partner with your brother, or we kill your family like your brother. Then the next message is sent on the same day, May 25th, 2020, 12:40. My boss is a very kind person. He loved your brother. Your brother's mistake was that he wanted to tell the court everything. The boss wants to meet you. He just wants to see if you know him or not. What's the boss's name? Why would she want to meet you and then tell you and see if you know him or not? I'm a bit confused. That to me is a bit confusing. Would he have been able to leave that meeting had he met him? And then again, on the same day, he asks him, if you don't answer, the boss will be very upset. You don't know my boss. It's true? Who is the boss in this? Who is the boss in this? And then, so Puggy, right, quote unquote Puggy, who is Mark Epstein, doesn't respond to this, right? So then they write on the next day, on Tuesday, May 26th, 2020. He writes, you don't know our boss's name, I'm sure. If you know him, tell us. He wants to meet you. Just because you don't know the answer doesn't mean you don't know your brother's killers. What? This is all alleged, by the way. This is all alleged. This is all freaking alleged. Okay? Alleged, alleged, alleged. I love my life. Okay? I completely love my life. Anyways, he tells him, doesn't mean you don't know your brother's killers. It's true. You know that if you tell the police something, we will unalive your children. So they're basically threatening to unalive his children if he tells the police anything. Now, this is addressed to Epstein's brother, by the way. Epstein's brother is the one who's Puggy, who's receiving these threats via email, who he has forwarded to his lawyer, and his lawyer forwarded it to the Department of Justice. And then he says, now they're angry, right? They say, hey, on May 26, 2020, the same day, hey, bitch, don't you want to answer? If you don't answer, I'll suffocate you like your brother. Excuse me? And then he doesn't answer, right? Of course he doesn't, right? This is all alleged. This all can be found exactly on justice.gov. It says here, you don't know us, I'm sure. Who is the us in this case? You don't know us, I'm sure. You have beautiful children, bitch. Fuck your children. Which one should I unalive first? You know no one knows who we are. Huh? No one knows who we are? Tap, tap, tap the live, by the way. Protect the live. There are 732 people here. Let's get the live over 100K. Protect the live, please. Protect the live, like the live, share the live. This is addressed from, by the way, the person who is sending this is an email called Puggy Unaliver. And they're sending this to Mark Epstein, who is Puggy. So they created a whole email address called Puggy Unaliver. They're going to unalive him, basically. Right? So they say, which one should I unalive first? You know, no one knows who we are. I want to unalive them in such a way that no one can tell how they died. So they're basically saying, we're going to unalive your children and we're going to make it look like an accident so no one knows how they died. I'm sorry, is this not proof that Epstein was unalived? Unalived by powerful people who didn't want him to tell the truth in court. Because they're literally saying it in this email exchange with his brother. If you tell the courts, we will unalive you like we did your brother. That's literally what they're saying. Right? I know that people in the chat are saying we knew that, we speculate. I know the speculation, right? But this is hardcore facts now at this point. A lot of people have been speculating this for a long time, but this is like the facts of the matter. Like you literally are seeing this here. And then they say, I want to unalive them in such a way that no one can tell how they unalived. We have documents that show that you had a partnership with your brother. I want to do something to see the death of your loved ones. We will unalive one of your children in 72 hours, stupid. And that's when he forwards the email to his lawyer. So Mark Epstein, right? He forwards the email to his lawyer because he is probably terrified for his life. Now, another email, you guys think it's an email. He didn't only receive an email. He also received, He also received a text message. Where is it? Give me a second. Here. So this is a text message that he also received. Right here. By the way, my screen is not dirty, but his screen is dirty. His iPad screen, right? So it's not my screen, y'all. So he received a text message. Let's zoom into the text message. Did I do this? Oh. Okay. So this is the text message that he received from a person called Meme. So the Meme says, hold on. The boss wants to meet you. He just wants to see if you know him or not. What's the boss's name? Again, the boss is being mentioned. Who is the boss? They're basically asking, this is after Jeffrey Epstein's death, right? This is after his death. This was said in 2020. And by the way, at this point, Mark Epstein was a bit more vocal, telling them that he wants his brother's death investigated. He was basically saying that he doesn't believe his brother was unalived himself, that he believed that his brother was unalived, and he was more vocal about it. So it kind of makes sense as to why he started receiving threatening emails and threatening messages. And then the person says, we will unalive one of your children in 48 hours, stupid. Just answer, what is the boss's name? If else, we will unalive your children. Now this, I think some people in the chat have already said it. I agree with the people in the chat. I don't think that they are a native English speaker. That's what I'm just going to say. Whoever wrote this, I do not think that they're a native, like an English speaker, because it seems like their English seems a bit weird. Seems very weird. Seems like they probably used Google Translate or some type of translating app, or are just have learned English as a second or third language, which is why the English does not seem more natural. It's improper grammar, exactly. Because they say if else instead of or else, we will unalive your children. So yeah, so he sent this to his lawyer as well because he was worried. Another thing that I found as well was, hold on. It was, where is it? Was it this one? No, not this one. Hold on. Let me see. Was it this one? Sorry, y'all. I found like so many emails. We're gonna go through Prince Andrew next, which is the real scary one, not gonna lie. Was it this one? Look at this. Okay, let's see this. So what does it say here? This is also to Mark, right? So it says here, this person sends it to Mark. It says here, Mark, please pay attention to these points. The killers think you are very interested in your brother, and they also think that you are the only one who is looking for the killers of your brother. They will unalive you or one of your children before you know the unalivers to scare you. I can't share this information with the police or the media because then they will unalive me. This information is merely a deterrent. I swear to God, I'm not a liar. If I didn't need money to treat my daughter, I would give you this information for free. Please send this money, only 25,000, 2.5 Bitcoin. Think you're doing charity. You've helped a lot before. I swear I have this information. By doing so, you'll be saved from fear, worry, and death forever. This amount is not high for you. If I'm a liar, I'll be easily identified and arrested by the police. I was a policeman myself. I know that the police can easily identify my whereabouts through IP address as well as in other ways. I'm not stupid enough to bother myself. God forbid if you don't pay, at least go to the police maybe. Please, they know now that you have no information. If they haven't harmed you so far, it's because they thought you had information. Go to the police and complain. Don't get me wrong, please. Your children's lives are in danger. At least think about them. They're not guilty. You don't know when they will kill you. They will kill you before you get the info. Please, 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 don't waste so much time. Take action. Yeah. So, there was another one, right? So, Puggy, his brother, a dirty cop, exactly. That was a person who was supposedly a dirty cop, right? Or whatever it was, telling him that they're gonna try to unalive him if he tries to get more info. So, yeah. Another interesting search that I found, by the way, this is all Mark, by the way, exactly. Which to me is very interesting. Actually, let's look up Mark L. Epstein. Because I looked up Puggy, and that's what I found under Puggy, the threats. But if we look up Mark L. Epstein, 1,155 results. Crazy. So we can look through them if you guys want. One question I have is, why aren't more people talking about this? Like, this should be plastered everywhere, in my opinion. But I feel like they probably did this on purpose while people are distracted by, like, protests, while people are distracted abroad. Oh, yes. Holy redacted. Aha! Did I not say English was not their first language? Because look what they say here. We have been able to determine that the email and LinkedIn message are from outside the US. Did I not say that? Oh, so he got another email. What is this email that he got? Hold on, let's try to... How do I do this? How do I zoom in? Wait, hold on. What is that? They say, thank you. My favorite thing about this brand is that... I don't know what I'm seeing here. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what... Oh. I do not know what I'm seeing here. So they sent him some kind of image. Sir, could you please give me the address that your ex-wife and children are staying at currently and where you're currently residing? And they say, the kids and I are at Redacted. I am now at Redacted, but will be leaving and going upstate this evening. This might be a picture of his kids or something like that. Because it looks like he was scared when he saw the image. Because they sent him some kind of image. Right? So he might be a little bit scared. So he says, then they tell him, thank you, I'll be contacting the local precinct near the redacted address to increase patrol presence in the area out of an abundance of caution. Then he says, are we getting anywhere on tracing the sources? Then they tell him, we have been able to determine that the email and LinkedIn message are from outside the US. Oh, so this is a correspondence, if you can see here, is between the FBI and Mark, as you see there, right? So it says here, oh, thank you so much for the gift. So it says here, it is between the FBI and Mark. So Mark reached out to the FBI, Mark being Epstein's brother, reached out to the FBI, asking them for more presence, police presence, and they're reaching out to him, telling him that. They're silencing you, by the way. I tried 10 times to click on your live. It wouldn't work. Crazy. Crazy. Just continue typing trigger warning F1 TikTok shop in the chat. But yeah, so it is from outside the US. Crazy. I'm scared to look through Andrew. I'm actually a bit scared to look through Andrew's emails. Yeah, a lot is redacted, by the way. The image that I did want to show, though, give me a second. Let me show the image. The image that I did want to show that I found that was very disturbing to me. Hold on. Was this one. This one was a bit disturbing to me, by the way. And if you look at the top, it says here, sacrifice if you want something you've never had, you must be willing to do something you've never done. Again, if you want something you've never had, you must be willing to do something you've never done. That's what it says above their head, the plaque. And this one was very, very creepy when I found it, the image. And then the next one that I did find that was very interesting was this one. It was from, if you notice here, they don't say the name, which means this person is most likely probably still a powerful person. Okay? Because this person sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein. I tried copy and pasting the text, and it didn't work. I tried copy and pasting the text and it didn't work, right? So, hold on, so this person is sending an email to Jeffrey Epstein in 2014. And what does he tell him? He tells him, he tells him, I give you permission to unalive him. He is apparently with redacted. He lied to you and he lied to me. Who is he giving permission to unalive? How is this not crazy? Now I'm wondering how many people Jeffrey Epstein probably unalived. How many people has Jeffrey Epstein probably unalived? Thank you for the subscription, by the way. I appreciate y'all. How many people has Jeffrey Epstein unalived? Because this person, by the way, I've noticed that they type in redacted, right? Because the person is probably still a person who is working, still a person who's in power. Because a lot of times the people who they don't redact, like let's say Bill Clinton or William Barr or whatever it is, they haven't redacted. And it's also not a very long name, exactly. The redacted. So what I'm going to do next, by the way, because I'm going to probably host a live about this tomorrow again, I will try to see who was unalived in June of 2014, June, July. Right? Because that's what we need to find out. Who was unalived in around this time, for him to give Epstein permission to unalive them. I did. So I did copy and paste, y'all, to see if they made the same mistake they did last time, and they didn't. Everything is completely redacted. So, yeah. So, that's what I found. And next, I am going to go after Prince Andrew. They did. They learned. I am going to go after Prince Andrew next, because apparently Prince Andrew is also very sick. Oh, this is also something I found. I found a text of Ghislaine Maxwell talking about, please, trigger warning for this one. Okay? Trigger warning for this one. So she had a Reddit account, Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay? And that Reddit account was called Maxwell Hill. That was her Reddit account. The moment she got detained, it stopped posting. Right? So it says here on July the 21st, 2020 at 2:17 a.m. Eastern Time, Yaqub Ali, date of birth, redacted, submitted an online tip via tips.fbi.gov regarding Ghislaine Maxwell and her potential Reddit account R. Maxwell Hill. So it was submitted then. But the crazy thing is, she made posts. And what the post was called? 3 strong reasons child porn must be re-legalized in the coming decade. Excuse me? Excuse me? Let's read that one again. 3 strong reasons child porn must be re-legalized in the coming decade. It's from her Reddit account, right? So it says here, violation questions. What was the exact crime that occurred? Child sex trafficking. When did the crime incident occur? Please provide an approximate date and time. 1990 till 2019. And then, where did the crime incident occur? Please provide the specific location if possible. New York, Florida, and New Mexico. Right? So let's see another thing. This one is really disturbing. They found an Eritrean, they were talking about an Eritrean 16-year-old child who was a victim of trafficking. Right? So they say, Ermias Haile, this is what Ghislaine Maxwell is talking about, okay, on her Reddit. So it says here, Ermias Haile, a 16-year-old from Eritrea, has been sleeping on a building site with his friends since they arrived on the island after making the treacherous voyage from Libya. Ermias and his friends told Sky News an Italian had SA'd them after buying them drinks and offering them shelter. He finds us in a place like this park, and he invites us to a bar and he let us drink beer, and then he take us to his home and there he gives us beer, he said. We start drinking and then he started touching us on our body. After we leave the house, he calls us and he gives us money. So basically, why is Ghislaine Maxwell, while talking about potentially re-legalizing child porn in the next decade, why does she keep referencing this child? He's a 16-year-old kid. He's a 16-year-old kid, okay, who apparently was him and another friend of his, who were both minors, are talking about how when they arrived on the island after making the treacherous voyage from Libya, that they were assaulted by an Italian man, who then gave... Oh, I'm back. Can y'all hear me? Who then gave them money. And they post about this kid multiple times. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is this kid posted about 4 times? This specific kid. Why did Ghislaine Maxwell, why was she interested in this kid? I'm confused. Right? It's 4 different documents. It's categorized under Epstein, Jeffrey, child sex trafficking. And she's writing about what happened to a kid. A boy, yeah. but she's writing about it on Reddit, right? So this is from her Reddit account. Her Reddit account is called Maxwell Hill. This is her Reddit. Okay, hold on, let me make it a bit darker. Oh, actually, there. That's her Reddit account, Maxwell Hill. And these are posts that they took from her Reddit account that she was talking about them. And it's very worrying to me. Why was she posting on Reddit? I don't know. I don't know why she was posting on Reddit. All I know is, it says here, Maxwell Hill made posts until the arrest of Ghislaine Maxwell on July the 2nd, 2020, whereby all postings stopped. Maxwell Hill has gaps in posting surrounding the death of Ghislaine Maxwell's mother, Elizabeth Maxwell. Maxwell Hill served as an influential moderator for many subreddits and accumulated 14,993,132 karma since March 11, 2020, 2016. Who's Suzanne Humblin? Yes! That's one thing that was also interesting. Because in the story, when she talks about the story, there's an edit here. It says here, smack of P3diophilia. So what are the Italian authorities doing about this? And then edit, I stand corrected, wrong term, and the age of consent is 14. So to me, it kind of low-key feels like she was probably posting about the age of consent in different countries, in this case, in Italy. Right? That's what she was talking about. The age of consent in Italy being 14. Do y'all want me to remove the header? The only reason I have the header on is because a lot of times when people come into my lives, they always ask, what's the topic? What's the topic? What's the topic? And I don't want, I want them to know what the topic is. Just make it higher. Okay, let me make it a bit. Oh dear. Okay, there we go. Or I can make it a bit. Oh my God. Okay, what about that? Does that look better? Okay, good. Perfect. So yeah, I stand corrected, wrong term, and the age of consent is 14. To me, it's just a bit weird, how she's actively trying to figure out the age of consent in other countries. Right? So yeah. Now let's go to Prince Andrew. Oh my God. Prince Andrew literally has 2,549 results. I actually haven't gone through this yet, y'all. So I'm gonna go through this with you guys. Right? I'm gonna go through this with you guys. Because I haven't gone through Prince Andrew's I got too tired last night going through everything else. So hold on, let's see if what his name is. His full name. I want his full name. Is he only under Prince Andrew? Or is his full name written? Let's see if we find more results for his full... No, okay, good. So it's Andrew. What if we just write Albert Andrew Windsor? Okay, so let's just write Prince Andrew. What is this here? Okay, so this is the FBI, right? It's saying here, it's redacted though. It's saying here, statement of U.S. Attorney Geoffrey Berman responding to the statement issued today by a law firm representing Prince Andrew. Today, Prince Andrew yet again sought to falsely portray himself to the public as eager and willing to cooperate with an ongoing federal criminal investigation into sex trafficking and related offenses committed by Jeffrey Epstein and his associates. Even though the prince has not given an interview to federal authorities, has repeatedly declined our request to schedule such an interview, and nearly 4 months ago informed us unequivocally through the very same counsel who issued today's release that he would not come in for such an interview. If Prince Andrew is in fact serious about cooperating with the ongoing federal investigation, our doors remain open and we await word of when we should expect him. This was sent on June 8th, 2020. And lol, not members of like saying I can't even with this shit. So even they know he's fucking lying. Crazy. Okay, here it is. Redacted. This is going to be very disturbing, by the way. So again, trigger warning, by the way. Very sensitive material, trigger warning. Redacted described the ranch manager as a white male, 30 to 40 years age, dark hair, and dressed like a cowboy. When she arrived at the ranch, there was some discussion about where she was going to stay on the property, and Epstein made it clear that she would be staying with them. Redacted stated that she was the only guest at the ranch other than the staff. Redacted surmised Epstein and Maxwell were a couple because of their interactions and behaviors. During her visit, Epstein and Maxwell took Redacted to town for some shopping. I'm actually scared because I'm reading this for the first time with y'all. They purchased food, hair wash, and other miscellaneous products to include a pair of cowboy boots. The price of the cowboy boots was over $100. They spent a significant amount of time horseback riding on the ranch. During the evening, Epstein asked if Redacted would provide him a foot massage. Redacted was taken aback by the request, and Maxwell agreed to give Redacted a demonstration. Oh my God. Oh God, this is disgusting. Initially, Maxwell was rubbing one foot, Redacted the other. Eventually, Maxwell concluded her demonstration, and Redacted was doing it alone. During the foot massage, Epstein, Maxwell, and Redacted were making small talk. At one point, Epstein asked Redacted if she had ever had a massage. Redacted stated she had not, and Maxwell stood up and stated she would give Redacted one, meaning a massage. Maxwell led Redacted to a room with a massage table set up. So they basically were grooming her. I'm not gonna lie, this is disgusting. When they went to take her like shopping and stuff, they're basically just giving her all of this money to kind of get her to trust them. Maxwell led Redacted to, by the way, Redacted in this case is the victim. Okay. Redacted, hold on, I'm so lost. Maxwell led Redacted to a room with a massage table set up. Maxwell told Redacted to take her clothes off and get on the table. Redacted felt uncomfortable with removing her clothing. However, she did so, leaving only her underwear on. Redacted wrapped herself in a sheet and laid down on the massage table. Redacted remembers observing several massage oils in the room. Maxwell began massaging Redacted on her back and legs. Sometime during the massage, Maxwell instructed Redacted to roll over, and Maxwell pulled down the sheet, exposing her breasts. Oh my God. Mods, can you guys continue please posting can you guys please continue posting trigger warning in the chat, by the way? Please continue posting trigger warning in the chat, because this is legitimately very, very disturbing. So please continue posting trigger warning in the chat, y'all. Because this is actually so sick, I'm not gonna lie. The age of the person is not, as far as I know, is not on the document. Okay? But they seem to be a young person. Okay. Epstein was to roll over and Maxwell pulled down the sheet, exposing her breasts. Epstein was always nearby and continued to hold a conversation with Redacted throughout the massage. Redacted was very self-conscious and uncomfortable with Epstein looking at her exposed body. Epstein asked Redacted if she liked the massage by stating, "Art massage is great." Oh my God, I'm so sorry. This is actually so sick. Y'all, please like the live, share the live. Hold on, let me put my phone on a charger. I actually feel like I want to vomit. I'm not gonna lie. I actually feel like I want to vomit. So, yeah, there. Again, for trigger warning safety purposes, this is getting, like, this files are really, really disturbing. And for that particular reason, I would highly suggest, if you are a person who would get triggered, please put yourself first and your mental health first as well. And I would instruct you to leave the live. I don't want you to trigger yourself while watching this. I did try to put a trigger warning as a sticker. It's not working, and that's why I'm asking the mods to type in trigger warning all the time. So please, if you are a mod here, continue typing trigger warning in the chat. I beg you, right? So continue typing trigger warning in the chat. So protect your headspace. This is disturbing, but yeah. I could try to pin a comment, yeah, but the comment is only gonna be pinned for a couple of what's it called? For a couple of minutes, okay? Sorry, I feel like very nauseous. I feel very nauseous. Okay? Exactly. Thank you so much. Hold on, let me pin this actually. Oh, why can't I pin anything? What the hell? Can the mods pin that? Yes, please head out. Protect your headspace. Epstein was always nearby and continued to hold a conversation with Redacted throughout the massage. Redacted was very self-conscious and uncomfortable with Epstein looking at her exposed body. Epstein asked Redacted if she liked the massage by stating, "Aren't massages great?" Maxwell completed the massage by rubbing her upper body. Redacted. No other sexual activity occurred, and Redacted removed herself from the table and got dressed. The next morning, Epstein came into her room and got into bed with her. Redacted was wearing her pajamas, and Epstein was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt. Epstein got under the covers and stated he felt like cuddling. During the cuddling, Epstein was constantly hugging and spooning her. Epstein spent some time talking about what they were going to do that day. Maxwell did enter the room and observe Epstein in the bed and under the covers with Redacted. During that day, Epstein and Maxwell took Redacted on a tour of the ranch. Redacted remembers there being some type of old Western set located on the ranch. Additionally, Maxwell assisted Redacted with her term paper for one of her high school classes. What the fuck? Oh, she was in high school. Oh my God. Additionally, Maxwell assisted Redacted with her term paper for one of her high school classes and complete some note cards. So she's under 18. She's under 18. Where is the law and order, y'all? Where is the law and order? The people who have been screaming law and order to justify ICE, where is the law and order in this? The chef prepared dinner and all three ate together. In the evening, Epstein and Maxwell took Redacted to a movie, Primal Fear. While waiting for the movie, Epstein and Maxwell were acting very silly and overly sexual with each other. By way of explanation, Redacted explained, they were continually poking, playing, and touching each other. Once inside the movie, they purchased popcorn and Cokes, while Epstein sat between Maxwell and Redacted. Oh my God. During the movie, Epstein reached over and held Redacted's hand. Epstein continually stroked and caressed her hand. At one point, he placed his hand on her thigh, leaving it there for an extended period of time. This is a child, by the way. Just want to tell you guys. Oh, yeah. When was Primal Fear released? Okay, 1996. So this is talking about a person who experienced this in 1996. Okay? So it says here, where was I? Hold on, where was I? The hell? Where's the film? Primal Fear. Okay, there we go. I found it. At one point, he placed his hand on her thigh, leaving it there for an extended period of time. After returning to the ranch that night, Redacted stated, Epstein came into her room, again, and sat on the bed with her. Epstein stroked her hair and told her, I think it's supposed to say stroked her hair, and told her how beautiful and pretty she was. Ugh! Oh, this is nasty. At this point in the interview, Redacted became visibly disturbed and was unable to recall the remainder of events for that evening at the ranch. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit. Okay. So basically, okay, now I understood this. This is kind of like a protocol, right? So a protocol. and the person who's interviewing this victim is writing down their interview. This is what we're reading currently. And that's why they're saying at this point in the interview, so while they're interviewing her, Redacted became visibly disturbed and was unable to recall the remainder of events for the evening at the ranch. So she was probably put on some kind of substance, right? So I don't want to say the word, but they probably put some substances, and that's why they put some substances and that's why she can't remember the remainder of the evening, or she repressed it because she was very traumatized. Before she left the ranch, Epstein provided Redacted with a pair of his sweatpants. After returning home to Phoenix, Epstein called at least once to see how she was doing. During the summer of the captioned year, Epstein and Maxwell sent via mail a ticket and several $100s to Redacted for her travel to Thailand. Redacted explained that she volunteered for Redacted, an organization providing North American youths an opportunity to volunteer in community service overseas. Redacted explained she never told anyone initially because she did not want to mess things up for Redacted, who was employed by Epstein. Who do you think could have been employed by Epstein in this case? I'm guessing maybe a parent. That would make sense. Because she's saying that she's afraid of ruining it for somebody who is employed by Epstein. It could be a friend. It could be a parent. Could be a relative. Basically somebody who is close by. Right? And that's why she doesn't want to ruin it for them. And that's why she kept quiet. Or her sister, probably. I don't know. Whoever it is. Allegedly, by the way, all of this is alleged. I'm just reading what I'm finding online. All of this is alleged. She said 2 different names. She didn't want to mess things up for Redacted and Redacted. So 2 different people who she is close to who work for Epstein. She further explained that she was very young and didn't want to ruin her sponsored summer trip volunteering for Redacted. Additionally, she thought of Epstein and Maxwell as role models and parental figures. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Okay. Crazy. To see them as parental figures is crazy. This is another one. It says here, interview of Redacted, approval date 2007. So this was an interview that was done in 2007. Pursuant to a federal investigation regarding the sexual exploitation of minors, Redacted was interviewed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation after being advised of the identity of the interviewing agents and purpose of the interview. Redacted voluntarily provided the following information. Redacted at age, redacted. Why are they hiding the age? I'm confused. Why did they choose to redact the age of the person, as in like when they were introduced to Jeffrey Epstein? Is that sus to anybody else? I'm guessing it's because they were incredibly young, probably. And that's why they're hiding the age. Maybe they were incredibly young. Um, Maybe so that you don't figure out the victims. Yeah, probably. But also, it's very interesting. So it says here, redacted at age, redacted, was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein by a redacted year-old girl. So they also hide the age of the person who introduced her to Epstein. I'm guessing that second person was probably also a minor. I'm guessing that second person was probably also a minor. That's why they probably redacted it, right? So she was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein by a redacted year-old girl. See, they say girl. That means she is a minor. Named redacted, last name unknown. Redacted began dating redacted in December 2000. Redacted, former boyfriend and father of her child, was friends with redacted boyfriend. Soon after redacted began dating, redacted approached at a party and asked her if she would like to make $300. Redacted explained that redacted could make $300 by providing a man in Palm Beach with a massage. Redacted told redacted she could make a lot of money real fast. She needed to dress sexy and provide a massage for an hour, and she would make $300. Redacted told redacted that Epstein might ask her to remove her shirt, but she should keep her bra on. This is a minor, by the way, that they're talking about. That she would massage him for $300. Redacted told redacted, if you don't like something, let me know. Redacted told redacted she would massage Epstein with her. Redacted met Epstein for the first time when she traveled to his Palm Beach residence with redacted. Noticed an older lady with short black hair and an unknown accent at Epstein's residence. I'm guessing that's Ghislaine Maxwell. Redacted led redacted to the upstairs steam room area of the residence. Redacted met Epstein upstairs. He was wearing only a towel. Epstein told redacted she was pretty. Epstein asked redacted her age. Redacted uttered 4 and then said 17. Epstein responded by saying, "So you're 14. Oh my God. 14. Holy shit, she's 14. Y'all, trigger warning. Trigger warning. Please. Redacted was previously instructed by redacted to tell Epstein she was 17. So she's 14, but the person who recruited her told her to say that she was 17. I need mods in this. Give me a second. I need my mods. I need my mods because I need people. Hold on. I need my mods. Because I need trigger warnings. Because this is disturbing, I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna need mods. in my live to continue talking about trigger warning, because I need to continue writing trigger warning. Thank you to everybody who's doing that. For some reason, it's not allowing me. My screen is glitching. So it's not allowing me to pin a comment. It's telling me I'm not allowed to pin anything. My sticker is not showing. I don't know if it's because the live is being suppressed. But yeah. Anyways. So, if you're a mod, please, can you just write trigger warning in the chat? Oh, is it the panel? Hold on. Okay. That could be the case. Okay, let me see if I can pin it now. Nope, still can't pin anything. Okay. So, I'm reading through the Epstein Files, by the way. And that's why I'm gonna need trigger warning sometimes. If you find topics around cannibalism, around SA, around child SA to be triggering for you, then thank you so much. Whoever pinned that, I appreciate you. Whoever is triggering with that, then please move, like leave the live, okay? So yes, cannibalism. Yes, there are those. I read that document prior to this. There was a document about cannibalism where a victim talked about seeing cannibalism being done on a yacht. Right? So I'm telling you, if you are sensitive to cannibalism, if you're sensitive to unaliving, if you're sensitive to SA, if you're sensitive to child SA, if you're sensitive to child abuse, I would suggest you leave this live, protect your peace, and leave. But I'm just reading through the Epstein Files. Okay. So here. She was, okay, let's read from the beginning. Redacted met Epstein for the first time when she traveled to his Palm Beach residence with Redacted noticed an older lady with short black hair and an unknown accent at Epstein's residence. Redacted led Redacted to the upstairs steam room area of the residence. Redacted met Epstein upstairs. He was wearing only a towel. Epstein told Redacted she was pretty. Epstein asked Redacted her age. She uttered 4 and then said 17. Epstein responded by saying, "So you're 14. Redacted was previously instructed by Redacted to tell Epstein she was 17. He told Redacted that they would not tell anyone, so he had no issue with her being a 14-year-old. I'm sorry, what? He had no issues with her being a 14-year-old. He said they would not tell anyone. So Redacted and Redacted simultaneously performed the massage on Epstein. Redacted massaged his legs while Redacted massaged his back. So there were 2 people. 2 different people. Are they both minors? Crazy. Right? So, Epstein, hold on. Redacted and Redacted simultaneously performed the massage on Epstein. Redacted massaged his legs while Redacted massaged his back. 10 to 20 minutes prior to the end of the massage, Epstein stated to Redacted, "Take off your shirt and take off your pants." A 14-year-old, mind you. He's telling a 14-year-old this. Okay? So he tells her, "Take off your shirt and take off your pants." Redacted got naked, and Redacted undressed to her bra and panties. Epstein asked Redacted to walk around the massage table, at which time he reached for Redacted. Redacted sat on a couch located in Epstein's steam room area. As redacted watched. Oh no. Okay. Redacted and Epstein did something on the massage table. Now, what they did is redacted here. But he did something to her on the massage table. But what he did is missing. So basically, somebody else was watching him do something to the 14-year-old on the massage table. Which was located directly in front of the couch where Redacted was seated. Epstein and Redacted were looking at Redacted as they were redacted. Epstein paid Redacted $300 at the end of the massage. Epstein also asked Redacted for her cell phone number. This is the 15-year-old, by the way. Redacted stated Redacted has been missing for a long time. On one occasion, Epstein indicated to Redacted that Redacted was in Thailand and has started a family of her own. So then that person ran away to Thailand. Redacted obtained Epstein's phone number from a telephone book and called to schedule a massage session by leaving a message with Redacted, LNU. Epstein returned Redacted call. On Redacted's second visit to Epstein's residence, her former boyfriend, Redacted, drove her to Epstein's residence and waited for her in a car while she entered the residence. Why would her boyfriend take her to a car? I'm confused. Why is her former boyfriend taking her to Epstein's house? Okay. Wait, check my Discord? Hold on. What am I checking? What messages am I checking? I'm confused. I don't see any messages that I should be checking, so I'll just continue. Redacted stated, oh yeah, okay. So her boyfriend drove her, her former boyfriend drove her to Epstein's residence. Redacted waited in the car while Redacted entered the residence alone. Redacted has met Epstein on one occasion. She sat in the kitchen and the chef asked if she was hungry. Redacted was there and led her upstairs. Redacted placed towels on the massage table. Okay. I fucking knew massage rituals was a code for something. Because there are so many emails that I found, by the way, where they were talking about you ordered a massage. You ordered a massage. I'll try to look for those emails because there were so many emails that I found, including with like the president of the UAE or something like that, right? Where they were talking about, the massage you ordered is scheduled for yada, yada, yada. The massage you ordered is scheduled for yada, yada, yada. There were a lot of emails that were saying that, right? So I'm guessing when they're saying massage, they mean Khashoggi. Yes, that one. I think it was that one. When it was about the conversation with Khashoggi, about Khashoggi, not with him. It was about, they were using massage as a code word. And I was wondering why they kept bringing up massages. I'll look up massage next, by the way, right? Because I'm guessing when they're saying your massage was scheduled, they probably mean your massage by a minor was scheduled. That's what they probably mean. But anyways, She was there and led her upstairs. Redacted placed towels on the massage table. Redacted disrobed to her underwear and massaged Epstein. Epstein touched redacted. So you don't even know what he touched. You don't know what he touched. It's all redacted. Redacted was paid $300 at the conclusion of the massage. Redacted went to Epstein's residence over 100 times for approximately 3 years, beginning when she was redacted years old. This is the 14-year-old. This is the 14-year-old, y'all. She went over 100 times in approximately 3 years, beginning when she was redacted years old. She regularly used yellow cab to travel to Epstein's residence. Redacted would call Redacted from New York to schedule the massage appointments for Epstein. Massage appointments were usually scheduled for the evening. Redacted removed her bra during every massage session after her second visit. Near the end of the massage sessions, Epstein would ask Redacted to undress. Epstein would ask, "Are you going to get comfortable?" At a later occasion, he stated, "Why are you going to keep your panties on?" He offered her an additional $100 for her to remove her panties. Redacted was paid $400 on 2 occasions. Where are the parents? I'm guessing these are probably vulnerable children. I'm guessing that these are probably vulnerable children who probably don't have parents around. Allegedly, they probably are from the foster care system, right? That's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing that they probably runaways, exactly. Parents, like runaways, single parent household, addiction, whatever it is, high risk individuals who they were taking advantage of, the kids they were taking advantage of. Of all the massages Redacted provided to Epstein, only 3 were regular massages. Oh my God. I feel nauseous, y'all. The others involved, at a minimum, Epstein redacted. Epstein requested redacted. So what Epstein is doing to her, or what Epstein did to her, is blurred out, by the way. All of this that is blurred out is what Epstein did to her and what he requested of her. I don't know why they're blurring all of this out. I don't know why they're blurring all of this out so that they don't show us exactly what he's doing to her. Redacted stated Epstein has a hairy body and that Redacted, Epstein's Redacted, never touched Epstein's Redacted. By the way, if you are an SA survivor, if you're a child SA survivor, if you get triggered by any of these things, please protect your peace and leave the premises, okay? Please protect your peace and leave the premises. I would suggest people to protect their peace because these things are very triggering. The only reason I am doing this is because I feel like this is very, very important to go through these files. So yeah. During a massage session, which took place a couple of months after Redacted's first visit, Epstein introduced an unidentified female to Redacted. He stated, I'd like you to meet my friend. Redacted and the unknown female both got down on their knees on the floor. This is a 14-year-old, by the way. We're talking about minors doing this. On the knees on the floor, and the unidentified female began redacted, as Epstein, redacted. So they're not telling you what they're doing, right? It's just giving you an image of what they're doing. The unidentified female didn't speak much English and was described as being tan and having dark brown hair. Redacted stated she would recognize the unidentified female. Epstein has touched, redacted. Epstein did not, redacted. He redacted on 2 occasions, and both times redacted backed away from him. What did he do for her to back away from him? What did he do for her? Why do you guys think they're redacting all of this? The things that he did to these girls? Because you're only getting a glimpse, right, of what he did. And it's getting redacted. On one occasion, Epstein attempted to redacted, and she told him, "We aren't doing all that." Redacted wanted the money, but did not want Epstein to touch her. Redacted took Xanax to ease her anxiety. Redacted also stated that she smoked Mary Jane and used white powder during the time period she was oh my God. This is a 14-year-old child, y'all. This is a 14-year-old child who's having to smoke Mary Jane and doing white powder. She's a baby. And if she's having to do these things, by the way, it shows you that she is a vulnerable individual who probably doesn't have a caring family at home. She took Xanax to ease her anxiety. Redacted also stated that she smoked Mary Jane and used white powder during the time period she was providing massages to Epstein. After Redacted did not allow Epstein to redact, he began paying her $200 for the massage. So he halved how much he was paying her. According to Redacted, if a girl felt uncomfortable and didn't want to comply with Epstein's requests, he would ask them to bring other girls. He asked, Redacted, do you have any friends that might be interested? Friends of a 14-year-old? So he wants other 14-year-olds? Do you have any friends that might be interested? He also asked Redacted if she had any younger friends. Younger than 14. Epstein paid Redacted $100 for each girl she brought. Which means not only is he assaulting a 14-year-old, but then he's also telling them, do you want to be a recruiter? And he is grooming them into being recruiters for other girls. Redacted LNU, age 22, this is another instance, went to Epstein's residence one time. Epstein tried to get her to remove her clothing. She was uncomfortable with the situation and only stayed for half an hour. Redacted LNU was paid $200. Epstein did not express any further interest in Redacted. Of course not. She's 22. He only likes minors. Right? Redacted received gifts from Epstein to include Victoria's Secret bras and underwear, massage oils, and a book titled Massage for Dummies. The items were sent to Redacted by Epstein via FedEx when she lived in Swanee Drive, West Palm Beach, Florida. Epstein also gave Redacted 2 tickets to a concert featuring the band Incubus. Oh, I used to like Incubus. At the Sound Advice Amphitheater. Redacted called Redacted to inform her that Epstein left the concert tickets for her. 2 older ladies brought the tickets to Redacted at the amphitheater. Redacted voluntarily provided the Massage for Dummies book she had received from Jeffrey Epstein to the interviewing agents. A copy of the executed FD 597 receipt for property was provided to Redacted, and the original FD 597 was placed in a 1A envelope of case file. The item Redacted provided was entered into the evidence. Does everybody notice something here? Does everybody notice that this is a whole list of people who are helping Epstein SA girls? Who are all these people who are involved? It's a whole industry. Who are all the enablers? Who are the people who were looking for the... This is kind of like a Harvey Weinstein, by the way. This is what it looks like. This looks like a Harvey Weinstein 2.0. Because you know how, like, to Harvey Weinstein, there were a lot of people who enabled it by, like, recruiting girls, covering up for him, sending all the memos, the emails, everything, the assistants. So who was doing this for him? Where are all those people? All the people who were involved. They should all be held accountable as to why they enabled this man and countless other rich and powerful people to essay these girls and victimize them. And Jay-Z, yeah, I found Jay-Z, by the way. I found Jay-Z in these files too. Right? I read it before there were so many people here, but I found Jay-Z here as well. So here it says Epstein offered to take Redacted to Paris, France. He told her he had to go to Paris for business and asked her if she wanted to come with him. She declined the offer. Redacted stole $200 from Epstein one day to get back at him for making her friend, Redacted, feel uncomfortable. Redacted was uncomfortable because she was left alone with Epstein during a massage session after Epstein requested Redacted to leave. Redacted was paid $300 and Redacted left with $500, including the extra $200 she had taken. Redacted did not know the extent of Redacted's interaction with Epstein. Redacted and Redacted were best friends, but their relationship ended when Redacted had an affair with Redacted's boyfriend. Redacted recruited Redacted, last name unknown, to provide a massage to Epstein. Redacted stated, so much Redacted. Redacted stated Redacted went to Epstein's residence once with Redacted. She did not know the extent of Redacted's interaction with Epstein, but believed more may have happened between Redacted and Epstein. Redacted's mother worked in Redacted. Why are they hiding where the mother worked? Looks like her mother was connected somehow to everything. And I'm guessing that's why they probably hid where the mother worked. Yes, the people who are being redacted, by the way, in this case, in this particular file, are the victims and also the enablers. Because even when the victim was talking about who reached out to her, The person who reached out to her was also redacted. On one occasion, when Redacted was approximately Redacted years old, I still don't understand why they're hiding her age. Redacted called Redacted and told her Epstein wanted Redacted to take photographs of her. Redacted took a series of nude photographs of Redacted at Epstein's Palm Beach residence. Redacted posed by the pool, by the intracoastal coastal waterway, in the living room, in the upstairs bathroom, and in the balcony area. Redacted used a digital camera to take photographs. Redacted was paid $500 for posing, but never received any of those photographs. Redacted also indicated that Epstein takes pictures of the girls. There are multiple girls. Although Redacted never observed any hidden cameras at Epstein's residence, she felt like there were hidden cameras there. Redacted stated that Epstein had many laptop computers. I wonder why he had many laptop computers. Redacted stopped going to Epstein's residence because she had other things to do that were more important to her. She stated she always felt dirty when she left Epstein's residence. Oh my God. Poor kid. I'm so sorry. Poor kid. Holy shit, poor kid. By the way, I just want to say, this is where I'm getting it from, by the way, right? But what I did want to do is, while we have it here, I wanted to show y'all I read this before when there were like 200 people in the live, but I want to read it now. I want to read y'all Jay-Z's. For you guys not to trust celebrities, not to trust any politicians. Okay? So this is Jay-Z when Jay-Z was found. So he goes by Sean Carter, his original name. It says here, this is from another victim. Okay? This is from another victim. It says here, on July the 10th, 2019, at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, Redacted called the FBI National Threat Operations Center to identify herself as a victim of SA by Jeffrey Epstein and others. Redacted provided the following information. In approximately 1994, Redacted revealed herself to Redacted as a past victim of SA by Epstein. Redacted described the abuse occurred during parties. Redacted further identified Redacted as a friend of Redacted. In approximately, all alleged, by the way, all alleged, I'm just reading whatever I find online. In approximately 1996, Redacted resided with Redacted in Redacted. An unknown man abducted Redacted from her home, whence she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter. Why was Jay-Z, Sean Carter is Jay-Z, by the way. Why was Jay-Z with Harvey Weinstein? While Weinstein had inserted his fingers into Redacted, Redacted believed she was in Epstein's mansion in Florida. Redacted estimated she was abducted on 7 occasions, awaking each time in an opulent indoor setting. Redacted suffered from SA on multiple of those occasions in which Epstein participated. Redacted recalled Leon Black and William Barr, current United States Attorney General. Well, yeah, former Attorney General. William Barr was there. Now we understand why William Barr actively was saying that Epstein unalived himself. There's nothing to investigate. Current United States Attorney General being present during some of the occasions of abuse. In approximately 2006, redacted last recalled being abused by Epstein. On each occasion, redacted believed she was substanced, clouding her memory. Redacted attributed the substancing as frequently performed by persons assigned as handlers, whom she described as persons who established friendships with the victims. Among her handlers, redacted identified the artist Pusha T. Why is Pusha T here? I'm confused. In approximately 2007, redacted attended a party, redacted, following invitation from an unknown man who approached her as she walked down a street. Weinstein and Pusha T also attended the party and substanced her before engaging in SA. Yeah, Pusha T is a rapper as well. Redacted claimed to have additional information of other persons involved in the enterprise and information related to the racketeering conducted in support of the trafficking. Redacted further believed she was under surveillance and stalked at the direction of the people involved in the SA. Redacted confirmed she was not diagnosed with any mental illness, and Redacted refused to provide her physical address, advising that she maintained no permanent address, rather she moved between staying at different hotels. Crazy. Fucking sane. I really wanted to read that to y'all, because it's fucking sane. Another thing that I wanted to read that was insane was, why does Bill Clinton have so many documents too? Hold on. I read this before as well, but there are more people here, so I do want to reread them because I read them before when there weren't that many people. But I think it's very important to read. Hold on. Wait, where is that? Where's that document that I wanted? Hold on. Wow. Where is that document that I had? Do y'all remember that document with the yacht? Or let's do George Bush. George Bush is also in here. A lot of it. A lot of it. Hold on, where is it? Oh, here. I think, was it this one? Yeah, There was one about a yacht. There was a kid who talked about going to a yacht when he was 8 years old. And that he met Epstein when he was only 4. Where is that one? Hold on. Wait, let me see from my okay, hold on. Where is it? Let me see. Hold on. I think it's somewhere here. I think I found it. Give me a second, because I was reading this before. It's somewhere here. Sorry, y'all, because this is also something that's very important that I need to read out to you guys. That did include. Hold on. Somewhere here? No. Holy redacted. Okay. Yes, found it. Found it. Okay. So this was emails between FBI agents, by the way, right? So this FBI agent sends an email. Yes, everything is redacted. They say on Tuesday, August 27th, 2019, myself and SA, redacted, conducted an interview of a purported victim of Jeffrey Epstein as per a referral by former FBI SA, redacted, and journalist Michael Moore, not the filmmaker. The results are as follows. At 12 p.m., a male identified as one redacted arrived at C20 office. Redacted stated he was unemployed and resides with his mother and her unemployed morbidly obese boyfriend. Redacted stated he has ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms as well as other illicit substances in the past and currently smokes Mary Jane. Redacted reported being raped and sodomized by his great uncle since the age of 5 years old until age 22. Again, trigger warning, as I mentioned. Trigger warning, as I mentioned. If it gets too much, please leave. Essay, child essay. Yes, he was basically raped by his great uncle from the age 5 until 22. Redacted described meeting Epstein at a yacht club in Redacted of his relatives were his members. So his relatives were his members. First at age 5 and later at age 8. Redacted states he was raped and sodomized by Epstein in 2000 on a large yacht 9 out of Redacted, as well as by former U.S. President William J. Clinton. Right? And then it says here, Redacted states that also current President Trump, along with his wife Melania, were present during the said yacht trip in 2000. So Trump was also present. Trump not married to his current spouse Melania until 2000. So back in 2000, he wasn't married to his spouse, right? Redacted reports while being raped by Epstein and Clinton, he was in a heavy substance-induced state. Redacted stated all of the above and incidents were recovered, repressed memories until he began therapy sometime in 2016 approximately. Redacted offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or witness that could be contacted. Redacted appeared to be emotionally unbalanced and not intoxicated. At this time, it is not recommended that any additional investigative resources be expended concerning Redacted's claims. So then they send this email, and then they send an edit. Oh, they send an email to Walter Harkins, from Walter Harkins. So this isn't the FBI. This is Walter Harkins. Who's Walter Harkins? Walter Harkins is an NYPD detective. So this is Walter Harkins sending this to the FBI. Okay, he's in the NYPD. You see it right here, NYPD. And then he says, again, I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from these intestines. He was also raped by George Bush. Victim disclosed he was escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who is the creator of True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of an FBI investigation, copyright infringement. Let me know if you want to discuss the former FBI agent that called this into the head office. Thanks. And then the person responds, thanks, I didn't realize Bush raped him too. Okay. SSA, FBI, New York. So now let's read the report, right? Federal Bureau of Investigation. Redacted, male Caucasian, redacted, after being advised on the identity of the interviewing agent and task force officer as the nature of the interview, redacted provided the following information. So again, this is all like from an interview, right? This is a protocol, basically. Who tagged me? What is this? What do you want me to look at? Hold on. Wait, you want me to look at... Hold on. EFTA 0016 4 1 2 3. What am I looking at? What is this? Okay, and then the next one you want to look at is EFTA 0016 51 28. Okay, I'm gonna look at these next then. What is this? Okay. Oh, this is another victim. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna read this out after I read this. Thank you very much. So this is what's it called? This is basically an interview that was done by an FBI agent with the victim, and this is the protocol. right? So they're saying initial conversation and mannerism suggested some degree of possible mental illness or emotional instability, although redacted was polite and well mannered. The basis of this interview was predicated on an email sent to office of the ADIC FBI New York Field Office Criminal Division by former FBI SA redacted on July the 12th, 2019. This email referred to a request that Bureau personnel contact an investigative journalist friend of redacted Michael Moore, not the film producer, via redacted regarding an interview of a purported victim of Jeffrey Epstein victim. The author made a phone contact with Moore, and an interview was scheduled at the C20 office on Tuesday, August the 27th, 2019 for 12 p.m. Moore stated that the alleged victim, redacted, was traveling via bus from Rhode Island to the New York field office. The author met with Moore and redacted, and Moore stated he would not be present during the scheduled interview. Wholly redacted, by the way. Also, please like the live, share the live, just continue protecting this live as well, please, I beg you. So, redacted stated that he first met Epstein at approximately age 4. He was a 4-year-old kid when he met Epstein. Where are the law and order people? I'm genuinely confused. The people who say that they're pro-law and order, where are they? Stated that he first met Epstein at approximately age 4 while at the redacted East Greenwich, Rhode Island. Redacted stated that his family were members of the redacted. So his family is somehow involved with that person, right? I'm feeling nauseous while I'm reading this, by the way. Just wanted to say that. Redacted stated that after he was raped by his great uncle, redacted, Epstein then spoke with him, redacted. Redacted stated he did not know the identity of Epstein until some unspecified time in 2016. So Epstein watched while he was being raped by his uncle. Redacted further stated, in sum and substance, that while on a large luxury ship that sailed out of the Newport Boat Show in Newport, Rhode Island, September, redacted, at approximately 8 years of age. So he first met Epstein when he was 4. And now he is 8 and he's been taken on a yacht. At approximately 8 years of age, he, redacted, was subjected to some type of medical exam about the yacht by unknown doctor while his great uncle and family member were present. So his family was there. They just sold him out. This is why not everybody deserves to be a parent. Okay? Redacted went on to describe a bizarre event in which redacted inserted a tape measure in his rectum. Redacted stated subsequent to the exam, he was then raped, sodomized by Jeffrey Epstein, as well as former United States President William J. Clinton. Bill Clinton. By the way, I wanted to say, I'm very happy. I want to live. Anything were to happen to me, just know I want to live. Secondly, but lastly, just know that allegedly, everything that I'm saying is alleged. Everything I'm saying is alleged. So he was sodomized by Jeffrey Epstein as well as former United States President William J. Clinton while in a substance-induced state. Redacted also stated the bottoms of his feet and back were slashed. The bottom of his feet and back were slashed. Redacted further stated, also during the said yacht trip, multiple unknown male black people were engaged in sex acts with unknown female whites who had their backs slashed and were bleeding. Huh. Crazy. Who had their backs slashed and bleeding. Redacted also described several infants being unalived and their intestines removed, as well as other acts of cannibalism. Redacted also stated that former United States President George H.W. Bush engaged in a sex act with an unknown male black. Former United States Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and businessman George Soros were present on the same yacht while all of the aforementioned acts of violence were occurring. Redacted was then asked if he had any injuries or scars as evidence, to which he responded, "On my anus." Redacted was unable to provide any supporting or corroborating evidence or the identities of any witnesses to support his claim of victimization. Redacted did provide a handwritten list of his family and extended family members, and it was not clear what investigative value, if any, the list held. Redacted also stated that his great uncle, redacted, is in possession of video evidence of his crimes against redacted, as well as several snuff films that redacted had watched in the presence of his great uncle. Tell me this is not disgusting. Snuff films. Tell me that's not disgusting. I don't even know what to say. Right? So this is the type of things that, yeah. So the people asking if this qualifies for a serial unaliver, I have a screenshot here of somebody messaging. Hold on. Where is it? Of somebody messaging Epstein emailing, telling them, I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with redacted. He lied to you. He lied to me. So yes, Epstein used to get unaliving permissions. As you can see here, to Jeffrey Epstein from redacted. It's from redacted. And who that a person is with is also redacted. But they use an iPhone, whoever that is, by the way. Another thing that I did find was this random photo, by the way. And on top of them, there's a plaque. And the plaque says, sacrifice. If you want something you've never had, you must be willing to do something you've never done. I'm so sorry. This seems very, very... I'm so sorry. This seems very, very creepy to me. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if I'm being too dramatic, or I don't know what it is, but they look very young. Their faces redacted, but then the plaque over them says, sacrifice. If you want something you've never had, you must be willing to do something you've never done. Right? So this to me was very, very creepy. I can't see the name here of what it says on the trophy. I can't see what it says on the trophy. On the monitor, I don't know what it is on the monitor either. I'll have to study these things, y'all. So basketball trophies. Right? So basketball trophies. And another thing that I also found that was really weird, by the way, to the people who are asking where you can find this, it's right there. You see that? justice.gov/Epstein. justice.gov/Epstein. And then it will take you to this Epstein library. You scroll down where it says search full Epstein library. That's where you find it. Another thing that I wanted to find was Puggy. Has anyone ever heard of Puggy? Has anybody ever heard of Puggy? In the chat? Okay. So I didn't know who Puggy was, because when I found initially, I did show some of you guys, but there are so many more people, because I showed this initially when there were about 200 people, okay? So when I first read these letters, or emails specifically, I thought Puggy was a woman, right? I thought Puggy was a woman. And so I looked into Puggy. Right? And this is what came up. Mark Epstein, who is his brother. And it says here, Mark Lawrence Epstein, nicknamed Puggy, is an American property developer and the brother or financier and child SA offender Jeffrey Epstein, a former artist. Epstein has been a real estate investor since the 1990s. So I found these emails to Puggy, right? So let me look at the emails that I found. This is what was really creepy to me. So Puggy received these emails and he felt really creeped out, and he forwarded them to his lawyer, who then forwarded them. This is his lawyer, Stacy Richmond, who then forwarded them to hold on. Where is it? Here. So these are the emails that Puggy received. Okay? So this person tells them, this is a random person who's sending the email, by the way, from an email called Puggy Unaliver. Imagine, the email that they're sending this to from is called Puggy Unaliver, right? So they're sending this email to Puggy. Does that make sense? So Puggy, who is Epstein's brother, is receiving these emails from an email that's called Puggy Unaliver. So this is what they tell them. They tell him, hey, Puggy, you have two choices. Or tell the court you partnered with your brother, or we kill your family like your brother. So they're threatening Puggy, or Mark Epstein, telling them that he has to go to court and tell them that he partnered with his brother, or they will unalive him like they did his brother. And then he ignores them. This is on May 25th, 2020, right? So he just absolutely ignores them. So then they respond again. They tell him, hey, Puggy, my boss is a very kind person. He loved your brother. Your brother's mistake was that he wanted to tell the court everything. The boss wants to meet you. He just wants to see if you know him or not. What's the boss's name? Who is the boss? Exactly. Also, it's interesting that they say your brother's mistake was that he wanted to tell the court. Imagine, which means that is what got him. He wanted to, you know? And then he still ignores them, right? So then they respond again. If you don't answer, the boss will be very upset. You don't know my boss? It's true. So it kind of sounds like a person who doesn't speak English as a native language. Okay? And then he ignores them again. So they say, you don't know our boss's name. I'm sure if you know him, tell us. He wants to meet you. Just because you don't answer doesn't mean you don't know your brother's killers. It's true. So again, they say, your brother's unalivers. Your brother here, they're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Then they say, you know that if you tell the police something, we will unalive your children. And then he does not respond. So then they get angrier. They say, hey, bitch, don't you want to answer? If you don't answer, I'll suffocate you like your brother. Right? And then the person doesn't answer. So then they respond again. You don't know us, I'm sure. You have beautiful children, bitch. Fuck your children. Which one should I unalive first? You know, no one knows who we are. I'm sorry, this line was very, very ominous for me. You know, no one knows who we are. The whole time, by the way, these emails are being sent by somebody who's called Puggy Unaliver. They're being sent to Puggy, who is Mark L. Epstein, who is Epstein's brother, right? So you know no one knows who we are. Who are they? I want to unalive them in such a way that no one can tell how they died. We have documents that show that you have had a partnership with your brother. I want to do something to see the death of your loved ones. We will unalive one of your children in 72 hours, stupid. So he then forwards it to his lawyer, and his lawyer is horrified, right? So his lawyer then forwards it here. His lawyer receives it, and then if you don't answer, the boss will be very upset. You don't know my boss? Who is the boss in this case? And then his lawyer forwards it to the Department of Justice, and she tells them, please see the below. I think there is something going on that we need to be seriously concerned about. This is more aggressive. Please advise. So even his lawyer is freaked out by this. And then they send this, his iPad. They say, the boss wants to meet you. Again, the boss wants to meet you. He just wants to see if you know him or not. What's the boss's name? We will unalive one of your children in 48 hours. Just answer. What is the boss's name? If else, we will unalive your children. This is why I think this is not an English-speaking, like an English native-speaking person, because they say if else instead of or else, unless that's a typo. Right? By the way, I found another email where they said that these were outside of the US. Right? So yeah, these were threats that Puggy had received, which means, I don't know, why would he receive all of these, and why would he be told that he's going to be unalived like his brother if Epstein actually unalived himself? You know? Really sus to me. So these are some of the things that I found, by the way. I'm going to go back to reading the stories of some of the victims, right? So it says here, the Epstein Files are crazy, y'all. They traced the messages and said that they were outside of the US, but that's all I found. They traced the messages and they found out that they were outside of the US because they also forwarded it to the FBI. So yeah. So here it is. Let's continue with the stories, because I think Prince Andrew, yes, this is real, by the way. This is all, you see that right up there? Justice.gov. All of this I'm getting from justice.gov, by the way. Okay? So, allegedly. So, Redacted stopped going to Epstein's residence because she had other things to do that were more important to her. She stated she always felt dirty when she left Epstein's residence. She felt that she was taken advantage of. Epstein told Redacted he would never tell on her. Redacted heard rumors that there were people watching Epstein's residence from a house across the street. At age redacted, and subsequently traveled to Georgia in June 2003. Her redacted, a friend of Redacted brought a girl named Redacted to provide a massage to Epstein. I think I might search massage next, by the way, because I think massage here is the code. Oh, can y'all hear me? Or is the sound going in and out? Hello? Can y'all hear me? Okay, good. Thank God. Sound is fine. Okay, good. I thought there was something wrong with my sound. My bad, y'all. So, a lot of holy redacted, right? Redacted to provide a massage to Epstein. Redacted provided the following telephone numbers: mother cell, possible former house, aunt cell, stepfather, email address. Redacted mentioned that during one of her visits to Epstein's residence, she spoke to Michael Jackson over the telephone. Oh no! Oh no! Oh my God, no! Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my God! Oh my God. Okay. Redacted mentioned that during one of her visits to Epstein's residence, she spoke to Michael Jackson over the telephone. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. So this is her again. One original and 2 copies of FD 302 reflecting interview with Redacted dated May 29th, 2008. One original grand jury subpoena return dated May 29, 2008 in a 1A envelope. On May the 29th, 2008, special agents and Redacted of the Federal Bureau of Investigation met with Redacted at her residence. Why would they not redact her address? Astoria, New York. Redacted was advised of the identity of the interviewing agents, and before agents could state the purpose of the interview, Redacted stated that she did not want to speak to the agents and wanted to speak to her attorney. Redacted then provided agents with her attorney's business card. Redacted's attorney, as listed on the business card, law firm in New York. Agents explained they were not there to arrest Redacted and stated she was not a target of any investigation, but were there to interview Redacted. She was then provided with a copy of a grand jury subpoena issued by the Southern District of Florida, United States District Court, 701 Clementis Street, West Palm Beach, Florida, to appear before the grand jury on June the 3rd, 2008. Redacted stated that she would speak to her attorney and understood the consequences of not showing up to the grand jury in Florida. Agents provided contact information for Redacted. It should be noted that Redacted did call SA later that same day and stated she wanted to know why agents wanted to talk to her so that she in turn could consult her attorney in this matter. SA replied that this was regarding Jeffrey Epstein and then asked, well, you're familiar with Jeffrey Epstein, then answered okay, and then asked about travel arrangements to Florida. She was then referred to the print material that was included with the subpoena regarding her travel and answered questions. Redacted added that her Redacted was in town and her uncle was also supposed to visit and stay with her. She added that her husband would probably travel. So at this point, she's a grown woman. No, SA is an agent, special agent. That's what SA means. So an FBI special agent. So when I say SA, it's short for FBI's special agent. Okay. So this is her story. Alleged, all alleged, okay? So redacted, maiden name redacted, date of birth redacted, social security account number redacted, United States citizen and Australian permanent residence, redacted, was interviewed at the United States consulate in Sydney, Australia. Redacted was advised of the identity of the interviewing agents and purpose of the interview. Present during the interview was Federal Bureau of Investigation Special Agent, redacted, her husband, redacted, and via telephone, Assistant United States Attorney. Redacted provided the following information. Redacted was born in Sacramento, California, to parents redacted and redacted father, date of birth, currently resides in California, and her mother, date of birth, currently resides in Colorado. Redacted moved to Palm Beach County, Florida with her parents when she was 4 years old and returned to California at age 11. She returned to Florida at age redacted and was redacted in West Palm Beach, Florida. Wholly redacted. Redacted, she was approximately year old, and while living on the streets in Miami, oh my God. So she was another vulnerable case. She was living on the on the streets. This is what makes it so sick, y'all. Take care of your children. Genuinely. Take care of your children, bro. Take care of your fucking children, bro. Sick. Right? She was approximately redacted years old, and while living on the streets in Miami, Florida, she met Ron Eppinger. Eppinger was in his 60s. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is another minor. Oh God. Trigger warning, y'all. Trigger warning. This is probably going to include SA. So, trigger warning. I'm just saying that if you are an SA victim, if you are a child SA victim or whatever it is, please remove yourself from this live. Do not protect your peace. Do not actively put yourself in the position to be traumatized or triggered by this. So I just wanted to say that. Trigger warning. Eppinger was in his 60s and owned the escort service called The Perfect 10. Eppinger recruited young Yugoslavian females to become escorts and would arrange for them to obtain fraudulent United States passports. Immigration office, am I right? You know, ICE cares about breaking the law, am I right? Easy. Eppinger had 7 to 9 females between the ages of 16 and 24 living with him at his 3-bedroom apartment in downtown Miami, Florida. Eppinger had a modeling agency that helped him recruit young female. I hate the fact that they're using females, bro. And he was not shy about producing pornography. Eppinger frequently produced pornography of lesbian sexual activity. Oh my god. Oh god, this is so sick, bro. Eppinger liked young girls and kept them on a specific diet to keep them thin. Eppinger engaged in SA with Redacted from the first day they met throughout their 4 to 6 month relationship. Eppinger was training Redacted to be an escort and referred to her as his baby. Eppinger gave Redacted a life off of the streets, which made her feel like she was locked into the relationship. So basically, it was either the streets or him. Either being homeless or him. Eppinger gave Redacted pharmaceutical substances towards the end of their relationship. So he also put substances in her. Eppinger was well connected in wealthy social circles and had many famous clients. Again, as I am saying, please protect your peace. Protect your peace. I do not want this to trigger anybody. I'm giving you the chance to leave the live. I'm addressing this because I think this is incredibly important to be addressed. It is incredibly important to read through this and know what was done. But you also need to protect your peace. And so, trigger warning. If you don't want to listen to this, then leave the live. Just saying that for now. Please protect your peace. Eppinger gave pharmaceutical substances towards the end of their relationship. Eppinger was well connected in wealthy social circles and had many famous clients. Some of the clients would take the escorts to a club or dinner before engaging in sexual activity with the women. Some clients were known to rent yachts as a place to take the women. These are like, some of them were 16-year-olds, by the way. Right? Redacted's relationship with Eppinger ended while she was at a private ranch near Ocala, Florida. Redacted telephonically contacted a childhood friend. Redacted from a telephone at the ranch. Redacted knew Redacted from elementary school and called him at the home telephone of Redacted, and Redacted told Redacted she was very lonely. And Redacted asked her why she did just not leave Eppinger. Eppinger learned of Redacted's telephone conversation with Redacted and became angry. And Eppinger entered the recreational vehicle, RV, Redacted was staying in at the ranch and yelled, "What are you doing to me?" He did not strike her, but was loud and intimidating towards her. Trigger warning, DV. He did not strike her, but he was loud and intimidating toward her. He had someone pack her belongings and told her she was going to live with another man. Eppinger sent her by limousine to a man she knew as Charlie LNU, who was the owner of the club Hot Chocolate in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Redacted felt that she was sent to Charlie F. LNU as a favor, but did not know the specifics of the arrangement. Redacted engaged in sexual activity with Charlie, who was described as a white male in his 40s. Oh my God, under the jail. under the jail. Charlie of the Chocolate Factory. He named, oh my God, his name is Charlie. And the escort club that he has is called Hot Chocolate. What the hell? She engaged in sexual activity with Charlie, who was described as a white male in his 40s. Redacted stated Charlie was aware of her true age. Oh my God. He was aware of her true age. Holy shit. Redacted stayed with Charlie LNU for approximately 1 or 2 weeks before the police located her and returned her to her parents. Okay, so if they have to return her to her parents, you know she's a minor. You know she's a minor. Redacted was interviewed by a male detective. Redacted's parents were still married at the time and lived near Royal Palm Beach, Florida. Redacted believed there was an FBI investigation related to Eppinger and that he fled the country. She never saw Eppinger again after he transported her to Charlie LNU. In approximately June, oh my God, in June 1999 or 1998 or 1999, Redacted began working at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach, Florida. Redacted's father worked at Mar-a-Lago as a redacted and was able to help her gain employment as a redacted and later as a redacted at the club. Redacted started studying for her GED. So you know she's under 16. And wanted to become a massage therapist. Oh, Lord. The massage again. So many massages. Some people in the chat are saying this was Virginia, her name, and she was 15. Oh, God. But her name is redacted here, right? So crazy. Yes, massage is code. We've discovered that massage is code, by the way. Massage is code for what's it called? Massage is code because when Epstein had a massage, he meant he was doing stuff to them while they were massaging him. Right? So massage is code. He would essay them. Exactly. In August, Redacted was reading an anatomy massage book and was approached by Ghislaine Maxwell at Mar-a-Lago. Oh my God. No wonder Trump did not want these files released. Maxwell explained that she was looking for a traveling masseuse. Maxwell offered to pay her $200 per hour and help her get a masseuse accreditation. Maxwell explained that she and her companion, Jeffrey Epstein, traveled around the world. Redacted consulted her father about the opportunity, and at approximately 5 p.m. the same day, her father drove her to a residence at El Brillo Way, Palm Beach, Florida. Maxwell spoke with Redacted's father and told him it was a wonderful opportunity for Redacted. Redacted met the housekeepers, Redacted and Redacted, also known as John and Mary. Redacted was led upstairs by Maxwell and observed numerous photographs throughout the house of young women in the nude or wearing bikinis. Her parents failed her. Yes. This is an FBI report. Young woman in the nude of wearing bikinis. Some of the photographs appeared to be professional and others were snapshots. All of the women in the photographs were beautiful and described as model types. Once upstairs in Epstein's bedroom, Epstein was already on the massage table, lying on his stomach face down. Epstein was nude or partially covered with a towel. Maxwell instructed Redacted to wash her hands prior to beginning the massage. The massage began, and Maxwell demonstrated massage techniques to Redacted. During the course of the massage, Maxwell and Epstein questioned Redacted about her past, including her Redacted. Redacted was also asked if she took birth control. Oh my God, bro. This is so sick. Yeah, Heather, thank you. I've seen the name. Epstein then rolled over onto his back onto the massage table and was completely nude. Maxwell undressed and began to undress Redacted. Epstein and Maxwell laughed at the printed pattern of Redacted's underwear. Oh my God, y'all, this is so sick. She most likely had a printed underwear because she was a minor. She most likely had printed underwear because she was a minor, y'all. This is what makes it so sick. And they laughed at her. They laughed at her. Epstein and Maxwell laughed at the printed pattern of her underwear. Redacted was given instruction and began Redacted, and Epstein Redacted. Both Maxwell and Epstein Redacted. Maxwell also Redacted on Redacted. They're not even showing, they redacted everything that they did to her. They're literally redacting everything that they did to her. That's so sick. It sounds like they both essayed her. Right? And that's what they're redacting. They both essayed her, and that's exactly what they're redacting. Maxwell is Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell also redacted on Redacted. Redacted engaged in Redacted with Epstein, whereby redacted Epstein while he lay on his back. Oh my God. Leaving it up to the imagination makes it even like much more sick, by the way. Epstein while he lay on his back on the massage table with Redacted facing him. Epstein did not wear Redacted. The Redacted continued until Epstein neared the Redacted. Just prior to Epstein Redacted and Redacted. At the conclusion, Maxwell instructed Redacted to obtain 2 warm washcloths. One washcloth was used to clean Epstein's Redacted, and the second was to be laid on his genital area to help him relax. Redacted described Epstein's Redacted. Epstein and Redacted then moved to the steam room and shower where Redacted massaged Epstein's feet and cleaned him with soap and a loofah in the shower. At the conclusion of the shower, Redacted went downstairs and Maxwell paid Redacted $200 in cash, which Redacted believed was obtained from a black duffel bag from Epstein's office. Imagine all of this for just 200. For just 200. Which redacted belief was obtained from a black duffel bag from Epstein's office. Redacted was also present. Arrangements were made for Redacted to return to the house the following day after work. Redacted's cellular phone number was given to Epstein and Maxwell. The same routine and pattern of massages and sexual activity between Epstein, Maxwell, and Redacted continued for between 1 to 2 weeks. Oh my God. So she went back for 1 to 2 weeks. Lord, that's sad. That's actually so sad. At times, Maxwell redacted on Redacted. The redacted were pink or black in color and were kept in a drawer near Epstein's bed. I'm guessing underwear probably, or lingerie or whatever it was. Yeah, this is the one whose dad works at Mar-a-Lago, by the way. She was like 15 years old. Toys! Oh no. Toys! Oh my God. That is awful. Epstein and Maxwell offered Redacted the option to quit her job at Mar-a-Lago and travel with Epstein full-time as his masseuse. There was also a discussion of Redacted receiving massage training. Redacted was to be paid $200 per day for travel and $200 per hour for massages. Early in her relationship with Epstein, Redacted met with Redacted, who was 17 years old at the time. So this is another person who was 17 years old at the time. Redacted was from an area outside of London, England, and was introduced as Maxwell's assistant. I feel so sick, y'all. Redacted soon began traveling with Epstein. For the initial 6 months, Redacted traveled with Epstein around the U.S. and the Caribbean, including California, New York City, New Mexico, and various business trips. During those trips, Epstein continued to engage in sexual acts with Redacted. I am so sorry. Where are the parents? So you're a parent and you let your minor daughter, who's like 15 years old, 16 years old, travel with a random man? No, the 17-year-old was the assistant. The girl who was traveling around is like 15, 16. Right? 6 to 9 months after Redacted began working for Epstein, Epstein informed Redacted that she would get her first massage client. Oh my God. So now he's pimping her out. So he first did that to her, and now he's gonna pimp her out to other clients. Okay. A minor, mind you. That she would get her first massage client. Redacted was introduced to Redacted, a former model, and her husband, Redacted, in Palm Beach, Florida. Redacted was a former girlfriend of Epstein's and was Redacted. Redacted met the couple at a condominium next to the Breakers Hotel. The condominium was bought for Redacted by Epstein, and was a unit that required the use of an elevator to access it. In the condominium, Redacted provided a normal massage to Redacted. Shortly thereafter, Redacted went to sleep in another room, and Redacted provided an erotic massage to Redacted. And Redacted undressed, and Redacted on, Redacted, and Redacted also engaged in, Redacted with, Redacted, and cleaned Redacted in a similar fashion as she cleaned Epstein. So she was engaged in sexual activity and then had to clean the person up as she did Epstein. She was paid cash by Redacted, totaling several $100s. In addition, Epstein paid Redacted for her encounter with Redacted the following day. Redacted was 16 years old at the time. Oh no. She was 16 years old. Oh my God. Why are these people being protected? Redacted advised that Redacted introduced her to Xanax. She explained, oh my God. She explained that Xanax helped her escape from reality, but allowed her to still function normally. Xanax helped her go forward with what she was doing with Epstein and others. Her habit went from 2 pills per day up to 8 pills per day. Redacted's second client was an academic of some sort, described as an older American male with a white beard and glasses. Epstein sent Redacted from Miami International Airport to his private island in the United States Virgin Islands by commercial airline. Redacted was picked up at the airport by Miles Alexander and then taken to the island by boat. Redacted pointed out that Ghislaine Maxwell had a helicopter that she would frequently fly in the USVI. Epstein instructed Redacted to entertain the client as if she was the man's girlfriend. The client was goofy and wanted to ride jet skis and participate in other island activities beside the sexual activity that was expected. Redacted spent 2 days on the island with the client. Redacted assumes the client also traveled to USVI commercially. During the following several months, Redacted traveled internationally with Epstein. Prior to her traveling abroad, Epstein assisted Redacted in getting her passport. Redacted got passport photographs of herself and provided them to Epstein. The remaining paperwork was taken care of by Epstein or someone on his behalf. Redacted traveled to Paris, France, the south of France, London, England, Africa, and Spain. While in Paris, Redacted recalled staying at a hotel overlooking the Champs-Élysées while traveling with Epstein. Redacted traveled on Epstein's private planes, including a 727 aircraft and a black plane. During the international travel, Epstein and Redacted engaged in sexual activity in all locations. A 16-year-old, mind you. 16-year-old. At times, Redacted would engage in sexual activity with Epstein and other girls. No! And at times she would redact while Epstein was present. Rarely a day would pass where Epstein and Redacted would not engage in some type of sexual contact. Mail on Sunday journalist Sharon Churcher contacted Redacted through Redacted's girlfriend, and Redacted explained that she was following the Jeffrey Epstein case and wanted to talk to Redacted about Epstein, Maxwell, and Prince Andrew, Duke of York. Churcher told Redacted that she wanted a quick story about Prince Andrew and offered Redacted a contract. Redacted agreed to the contract for her story and was paid $140,000 for the story, $10,000 when the article was printed, and another $10,000 to be wired into Redacted's account in May 2011. The contact prevented Redacted from talking to any other press for a specified period. Redacted advised that she provided Churcher with detailed information that she did not believe Churcher would publish. Redacted met Redacted after Redacted began working for Epstein. Redacted was one of Epstein's very close girls, though she was not around Epstein as much as Redacted. Redacted frequently traveled with Epstein and was pursuing as an acting career in California. Epstein got rid of Redacted because she had a substance, white powder habit. One of the housemaids at Epstein's island found white powder, and Epstein sent Redacted back to the US. Redacted was a couple of years older than Redacted. One of Epstein's associates, Jean-Luc Brunel, was a model recruiter and was frequently around Epstein. Brunel would bring girls for Epstein. Who the fuck is Brunel? Hold on. Huh. This man. Huh. Uh-huh. Here he is with Ghislaine Maxwell. One of Epstein's associates, Jean-Luc Brunel, was a model recruiter and was frequently around Epstein. Brunel would bring girls to Epstein. Many of the girls Brunel brought to Epstein had poor English language skills and appeared to be very young, which means it makes them even more vulnerable, right? If they don't speak English that well, and if they're minors, it makes them even extra vulnerable. Redacted estimated some of the girls were as young as 16 years old. 16. The young girls were promised modeling contracts or acting careers. Epstein promised Redacted an acting career. At age 16, Redacted met Redacted at a blue waterfront beach cottage in Malibu, California, that Epstein had purchased for Redacted. Redacted believed she and Redacted were approximately the same age. Redacted and Redacted had a sexual encounter as directed by Epstein. God. Redacted was also recruiting additional females for Epstein. On the taxi ride back to the airport, Epstein bragged that he had just purchased a girl from her mother. Oh my God. Holy shit, bro. This is what I mean by there is no ethical billionaire. I'm so sorry. There is absolutely no ethical billionaire. What do you mean you buy a young girl, a minor, from your own mother? On the taxi ride back to the airport, Epstein bragged that he, by the way, I'm experiencing all of this with you guys for the first time, because the previous documents I showed you guys, I had already looked through them. But for this one is new because I hadn't looked through Prince Andrew's folders, right? So that's why if I'm reacting this way, it's because I'm deeply, deeply disturbed by what I'm reacting, like what I'm reading. I feel very nauseous, right? On the taxi ride back to the airport, Epstein bragged that he had just purchased a girl from her mother. The girl was Czechoslovakian or Yugoslavian, and her father had recently passed away. Epstein owned a residence in the Los Angeles area near a famous former model. He had also purchased residence for other unknown females. Epstein was very selective and preferred young, compliant, beautiful, fun girls with no tattoos or piercings. Epstein did not like African American girls or females. Epstein liked to be nurtured, and Redacted would dress him, rub his toes, and brush his hair. Epstein did not want to ask for what he wanted. A Turkish girl named Redacted frequently traveled with Epstein. Redacted was in love with Epstein. Redacted was saving herself and would not redact with Epstein. Although Redacted would not redact, she would frequently engage in redact with Epstein. Redacted became jealous of Redacted, and Epstein ended his relationship with Redacted. If a girl became clingy and exhibited feelings for Epstein, he would end the relationship. So he basically grooms girls, right? And then he grooms girls, and then he has fun with them, and then he uses them on his other clients. And then if they get too clingy, he then ends everything with them. Epstein wanted to have a child with Redacted, though Epstein explained that he wished to continue to be with other women. Epstein provided an erotic massage to Redacted in New York. Epstein and Redacted were close friends and had regular contact. Epstein described Redacted as a creep. An unknown individual sent Epstein 3 12-year-old girls from France as a birthday gift. Oh my God, y'all. I'm going to need a minute with that one. Okay, trigger warning. If there's anybody here who is an SA survivor, a child SA survivor, then please leave the live. I'm being very, very serious. This is incredibly disturbing. Just wanted to say, protect your peace, your mental health. I've been saying that every single time because this is incredibly disturbing. This is incredibly disturbing. An unknown individual sent Epstein 3 12-year-old girls from France as a birthday gift. Redacted saw the 3 girls when she arrived at Epstein's Palm Beach residence. The girls provided Epstein with an erotic massage. Redacted had foreplay with the girls as directed by Epstein. Redacted said that day was a low stage in her relationship with Epstein because she could not believe Epstein's excited expression. The young girls seemed to have been prepped for what they were doing with Epstein. The 12-year-old girls had redacted never saw the girls again. Redacted believed the girls may have been provided by Jean-Luc Brunel because Brunel was at the residence at the time, but Redacted was not certain of Brunel's involvement. Redacted had a picture of herself she wanted to give to Epstein for his birthday. Maxwell did not like the photo and took more photographs of Redacted in an alluring pose. Maxwell frequently took nude or alluring photographs of the girls around Epstein. The photographs were often artistic, pornographic photographs. Maxwell had a professional camera and printed numerous photographs that filled multiple boxes at Maxwell's residence Epstein had purchased for her in 1999 or 2000. Epstein did not take photographs of the girls himself, but enjoyed the photographs given to him by Maxwell. Redacted described some of the unique interior areas of Epstein's Manhattan residence. The first floor had a surveillance room that displayed approximately 50 cameras on the premises. Also, on the first floor was a study where many photographs were displayed. What photographs? The nude photographs of the children? Also, on the first floor was a study where many photographs were displayed. The home was dimly lit and castle-like and decorated in an ornate fashion. The floors were tan marble, and the main staircase was marble with a wooden railing. In addition to the main staircase, there was a hidden staircase that led to Epstein's massage room on the second floor. Again, massage. In the hidden stairwell, there were eyeballs embedded into the wall along the staircase. The dimly lit massage room, which Redacted referred to as the dungeon, had a massage table in the middle of the room and a separate corridor with a shower and sauna that led to other rooms. Redacted's attorneys indicated that some of the activity that occurred in the dungeon, quote unquote, may have been recorded. Jesus Christ. The guest rooms were located on the third and fourth floors, which was where Redacted stayed. The top floor was Epstein's room and had a large glass atrium above the shower. While in New York, Redacted also stayed at an apartment on 66th Street that Epstein provided. Redacted was aware of Epstein having additional apartments in the same building. According to Sharon Churcher, the apartment building on the 66th Street was owned by Mark Epstein, which is Puggy. Redacted advised that she had a photograph of the interior of the 66th Street apartment among other photos of her time with Epstein. Redacted advised that some of her photographs that were provided to her civil attorneys by her family were not returned. One of the missing photos depicted Redacted wearing a pink dress while seated on a quad bike. Redacted was an Asian female that formerly lived in the Greenwich Village area of New York and engaged in sexual activity with Epstein. Redacted, LNU, and Redacted went shopping together and purchased clothing, and Redacted. Redacted explained that Epstein enjoyed redacting the girls. Epstein had computers in his office, study, and library. She recalled him having at least one desktop computer. Maxwell had several laptops. Epstein used Redacted as a driver to bring females to the Palm Beach residence. Epstein thought Redacted was a schmuck. Redacted was Redacted's boyfriend at the time, and he would frequently drive her to Epstein's residence. Redacted did not mind what Redacted was doing because of the money she was getting from Epstein. Hold up. So her supposed boyfriend was the one who was driving her and the girls? Excuse me? Her supposed boyfriend was driving her, but he was okay with it because she got him money? Redacted Ellen was a 17-year-old with blonde hair and brown eyes. Redacted sister was not accepted by Epstein because she redacted. Redacted, 16 to 18 years old, had freckles and naturally curly light brown hair. Okay. So her sister got rejected because she had brown hair. Crazy. Epstein requested Redacted to find young, pretty, white females to bring to him. Epstein paid her $400 per hour if she brought females to him. Redacted used a cellular telephone provided by Epstein. She believed it was a New York City number, but could not recall the number. Redacted and Redacted were sent to clubs and shops in New York to recruit females for Epstein. Maxwell continued to recruit females for Epstein as well. Redacted could only remember faces of the females, not their names. Redacted did not procure any females for Epstein in New Mexico, but she did try to unsuccessfully get females for him in St. Thomas, United States Virgin Islands. So they were also getting vulnerable girls from other countries, from countries in the global south. Do you know how disturbing this is? Do you know how disturbing this is? Redacted recalled 2 aircrafts owned by Epstein, a 727 and a black Gulfstream. The Gulfstream had some type of slogan on it, but she could not recall the wording. One of the pilots of the aircraft was Larry LNU. Redacted advised that sex acts occurred while traveling on the aircraft. Epstein also had smaller aircraft and helicopters. Redacted traveled with Epstein to a self-help conference at a hotel in New Orleans, Louisiana. The hotel was near the Hard Rock Cafe in New Orleans. Redacted traveled the world with Epstein, including the USVI, New York, Santa Fe, Palm Beach, France, Africa, Spain, and the United Kingdom. I hate how they're mentioning just Africa and not mentioning what country they traveled in, as if Africa were a country when it isn't, you know? As if Africa is a country when it isn't. But I digress, right? Epstein traveled to Europe for approximately 6 weeks with an architect to get construction design ideas. Redacted recalled visiting Alhambra Castle in Spain. The architect left toward the end of the trip. Epstein, Maxwell, and Redacted eventually traveled to the United Kingdom, and while there, Maxwell approached Redacted in a very excited manner and told her they had to go shopping to pick out a dress because Redacted would be dancing with the Queen's son, referring to Prince Andrew, Duke of York. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Redacted and Maxwell went shopping and purchased makeup, clothing, and a Burberry bag. The items were purchased with Maxwell's credit card. Redacted and Maxwell returned to Maxwell's town home in London, and Maxwell instructed Redacted to get ready. When Redacted came down after getting ready, she was introduced to Prince Andrew with a traditional English greeting. Maxwell, Epstein, and Prince Andrew talked gossip and poked fun at Redacted and Redacted's weight. So you have 3 grown adults bullying a 16-year-old and her weight? What is happening? Epstein and Maxwell asked Prince Andrew to guess her age. Prince Andrew responded, 17. Oh, she's 17, which was Redacted's correct age. Epstein and Maxwell responded, you're right there. Prince Andrew had 2 security guards and a driver with him who traveled from Maxwell's residence to Club Tramp in London. Epstein, Maxwell, and Redacted traveled to Club Tramp in a separate vehicle. Redacted danced with Andrew at Club Tramp and stated he is the worst dancer in the world. Oh God. Prince Andrew was grabbing her waist and fondling her on the dance floor. Prince Andrew's security personnel were outside the club. It seemed that no one at the club recognized him. They stayed at Club Tramp for an hour or hour and a half and drank a couple of cocktails before returning to Maxwell's residence. Redacted had not received any direction from Epstein or Maxwell on what to do with Prince Andrew, other than be very pleasant and energetic. After returning to Maxwell's residence, Redacted requested Epstein to take a photograph of her with Prince Andrew. Redacted advised that she still had the original photograph in her possession and would provide it to the interviewing agents. Redacted proceeded with Prince Andrew into... Okay, I just wanted to say, trigger warning to anybody who might get triggered by any of what you're listening to right now, right? So trigger warning, please. This is very disturbing. Trigger warning essay, trigger warning child essay, trigger warning, everything, right? Where was I? Redacted had not received any direction from Epstein or Maxwell on what to do with Prince Andrew, other than be very pleasant and energetic. After returning to Maxwell residence, we read this. Redacted proceeded with Prince Andrew into the bathroom, where they engaged in foreplay. Redacted advised that Prince Andrew has a redacted. Following the foreplay in the bathroom, Redacted and Prince Andrew entered a bedroom where they engaged in redacted. Prince Andrew redacted and departed Maxwell's residence a short time later. Approximately 2 months later, Redacted met Prince Andrew again at Epstein's Manhattan residence, where she gave Prince Andrew an erotic massage. They engaged in foreplay, and she redacted Prince Andrew until redacted. Prince Andrew did not touch Redacted as he did during their first sexual encounter. Redacted recalled one of Epstein's assistants, Redacted LNU, being at the residence. Maxwell had purchased a puppet resembling Prince Andrew to give to him as a gift. The group joked after the puppet's hand was placed on one of the girl's breasts, and then Prince Andrew mimicked the puppet by placing his hand on another female's breast. Redacted recalled Maxwell joking about trading. Redacted in because she was getting too old. Oh! Oh my God. They said she was getting too old for them because she was 17. What the fuck? They said she was too old. She was getting too old because she was 17. What I'm reading, by the way, is an FBI report of an interview that they had with one of Epstein's victims, and this is in the Epstein Files. Okay? That's what I'm reading. It's in the Epstein Files. Why is there a person with a Yahtzee picture in my what's called? I'm blocking them, bro. Okay. Really weird. But yeah. The group joked after the puppet's hand was placed on one of the girl's breasts, and then Prince Andrew mimicked the puppet by placing his hand on another female's breasts. Redacted recalled Maxwell joking about trading Redacted in because she was getting too old. Redacted recalled meeting Prince Andrew a third time on Epstein's private island in the Virgin Islands. Redacted was using Xanax heavily at the time, and her recollection was not clear. Now, remember, she said that she was using Xanax because she was very anxious, and she was just like depressed, basically. And she said that that was the only way that she was able to cope with everything, by using Xanax, right? So that's why she was using it, by the way. So, she was using Xanax heavily at the time, and her recollection was not clear. She remembered there were many models on the island that did not speak English, along with a modeling person who had an unknown accent. Epstein's private island had a main house with a television room, dining room, office, and kitchen. There was also a pool surrounded by 4 cottages where females stayed. Epstein's quarters were, I hate the fact that they use the word females, it's just extra dehumanizing. And yeah, immigrants are bad if they're just in the country, if you're in your country, but then when you use them as sex slaves, they're okay, right? That's okay, right? If you use them like cattle, then that's okay. But anyways, Epstein's quarters were down a spiral. Wait, hold on. There was also a pool surrounded by 4 cottages where females stayed. Epstein, I tried it, by the way. To the people who are asking me to highlight it, I already did it, and it didn't work. I already copied, highlighted, and pasted. It's not working. They redacted it really well this time. Epstein's quarters were down a spiral staircase that led to a master suite. The island property had numerous outdoor activities, including a trampoline on the water, boats, jet skis, and quad bikes. Redacted observed a desktop computer in the office Epstein and Maxwell shared. Epstein did not have a problem with Redacted using prescription substances. Epstein did not use substances or alcohol and was described by Redacted as a health freak. Epstein had a chef, Redacted, that prepared meals. Redacted observed females walking around Epstein's residence naked. Redacted had short brown hair, blue eyes, and was soft-spoken. Redacted had a wife, and Redacted. Epstein's main driver in New York was Jojo, true name unknown, an Asian male. Okay? Epstein, where are all these people? Why aren't all these people held accountable? I'm so sorry. All of them. This was a whole industry. The drivers, the maids, the people who brought the girls, the people who enabled all of this. All of these people need to be held accountable. Because this man could not have done this on his own. He couldn't have done it on his own. The only reason as to why he was able to do all of what he's doing is because so many people were helping him. She did have a photograph of the ranch employee. Redacted met numerous famous people while she was with Epstein, including academics, politicians, and celebrities. She met Bill Clinton and Al Gore. Oh my God. Oh my God. Crazy. She met Bill Clinton and Al Gore and Tipper Gore at Epstein's private island. Redacted did not engage in sexual activity with Clinton or Gore. Redacted received many gifts from Epstein, including jewelry, watches, bags, shoes, makeup, clothing, and home furnishings. Epstein gave her a couch from France that had terry cloth upholstery with goose down feathers. Redacted left all of the items behind when she traveled to Thailand to receive message training. In August 2002, Redacted traveled by commercial airline to Redacted, Thailand, and began her massage training at Redacted, where she received her massage certification. She stayed at the Princess Hotel in Thailand and was instructed to procure a female for Epstein, but never did. Redacted met her future husband, Redacted during her visit to Thailand. Redacted contacted Epstein telephonically and told him she had fallen in love with someone. Epstein's response before abruptly hanging up the phone was, "Have a good life." Redacted had not heard from Epstein until he became concerned about an investigation into his sexual activity with minors. Redacted received a telephone call from Redacted. During that call, Redacted stated that he was an FBI agent. He was trying to determine what she knew about Epstein's activities. She did not tell Redacted anything about her knowledge of Epstein's activities. She also received another telephone call from a person that indicated he was an FBI agent. She did not tell that person that She did not tell that individual anything either. She also received a call from an attorney that was trying to determine if she had spoken with anyone or was willing to speak to anyone about her relationship with Epstein. The attorney advised that Epstein would take care of her if she did not talk to anyone. She explained that she was receiving telephone calls from people whom she did not know and that she was uncomfortable telling them anything over the telephone. 1 or 2 weeks later, an unknown attorney and Epstein contacted Redacted telephonically. Epstein explained that if she did not say anything to investigators, he would take care of her. Redacted was using a cellular telephone belonging to her husband. She nor her husband would recall the telephone number, but advised the carrier was Optus Telephone Company. Redacted reviewed a series of photographs of individuals and identified the following: Alan Dershowitz, Al Gore, Jean-Luc Brunel. Why are all these other photos these names redacted? I'm sorry. Who are they hiding? Why are they hiding the names? Why are they hiding the names? The images reviewed by Redacted were placed in an IA envelope of the case file. When questioned about the United States Customs and Border Patrol records of her entries into the United States, Redacted advised that her January 2001 record was the return from her London, England trip, where she had her first sexual encounter with Prince Andrew. The April 2001 CBP record was her return to the U.S. just prior to her second sexual encounter with Prince Andrew. Redacted could not recall her travel from March and May 2001 CBP records. Redacted advised that her U.S. passport was turned over to the U.S. consulate in Sydney, Australia. On March 18, 2011, writer S.A., so special agent, and Sydney LAT, Redacted traveled to Redacted residence where she provided 20 photographs and her Redacted massage school certification. FD 597 receipts for property were executed for the items and a copy was provided to redacted. It is noted that the receipts were dated based on the United States Eastern Standard Time Zone date. The photographs, certification, original FD 597s were placed in IA envelopes of case file. Item was not scanned. I don't even know what to say, y'all. I don't even know what to say. Why is Prince Andrew not in jail? What was her name again, you guys said? Virginia what? There she is. This is her. She died. She died last year. Oh my God. Joffrey died by self-unaliving in April 2025. She has a memoir, Nobody's Girl, was published posthumously in October 2025. Her father worked as a maintenance manager at the Mar-a-Lago property owned by Donald Trump and helped Joffrey obtain a job there. Oh my fucking God, bro. Oh. Joffrey stated that she was abused by her father from as early as the age of 7, and that he might have received payments from Jeffrey Epstein. So her first abuser was her father. Holy fuck, her first abuser was her father. And that's why he was okay with taking money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's why he was okay with taking money from Jeffrey Epstein. This is so sick. This is absolutely sick. I don't even know what I say. And now I wonder, what about the immigrant girls, the ones who didn't speak English? What happened to them? Did he procure girls when he went to Latin America? When he went to Mexico? Yes, please. If you have a link to creators who have or doing investigations on this, do send it to me, please. This is another thing that somebody sent me as well. It's called New Disclosures by 17-year-old Victim. Wednesday, January 8, 2020. It says here, as I tried to tell you a month ago, I have continued interviewing. Okay, so this looks like it's from a special agent that is being sent to another person. Okay. As I tried to tell you a month ago, I have continued interviewing the young victim, Carla, and she has finally opened up after her guardian was attacked and beaten by US agents. What? She has disclosed where she met Epstein, whose homes they visited in New York, MD, and New Mexico, Florida, Virgin Islands, Cozumel, Place, De Carmen, and Cancun in just the last 2 years in Mar Cinco. The names she has associated with him and these visits include Clinton's, Biden's, Wayne, older politicians, and lawyers. She has photographic memory and is an excellent artist who made sketches of some of these men. These U.S. agents who attacked, raped her, and her guardian are under arrest in Mexico, and have asked her and her guardian to drop all charges against them so that all the harassing attacks stops. I don't trust these people to not harm her and her guardian due to all the past attacks. If you want to interview her, let me know and we can arrange for you to talk. Okay. This is another email. How is it? Is it from? Okay. So let's forward something. They say okay. Then he says, Jorge wants to know if we can schedule a call for this coming Monday around 1 p. CST. Okay, no problem. I'll set up a 3-way call for us. Still call your work number. Tells him use cell number. He says, okay, can you use WhatsApp on that one? No, we talk first, then I can request a phone amenable to WhatsApp. Then they say, we have had another serious incident since an American shot the trial judge in our child sex trafficking case here. He and I both think this latest incident is tied to the fact we have reached out to your team. Who on your team knows we are talking to you? Anyone assigned from NSA, CIA, or US State Department? Please understand people's lives here are in jeopardy. We have had 4 armed attacks against us. My partner has shot and killed 2 and wounded 5 American agents to date. Numerous white American agents following us in vans assigned to US Embassy. Jorge was attacked and lost his arm. The President of Mexico is keenly aware of our case against Redacted and what the fuck? So this is in Mexico. The President of Mexico is keenly aware of our case against Redacted and other U.S. officials. This case we have here is most certainly connected to yours. We have the proof. Our case will help bring a whole new dynamic to what you know, who is involved. Prince Philip is small fry compared to what we have uncovered. You may want to question the ex-U.S. ambassador to Mexico, Mr. Earl Anthony Wayne, about his involvement with underage girls when he attended and was arrested by the federal police. We believe that Redacted and Epstein were involved organizing this party, and it was held in Juarez, Mexico in 2014 at a U.S. consulate-controlled housing facility. Ask him how he knows Redacted. He was sentenced in Mexico in 2017 to a life sentence for impregnating an 11-year-old girl. Oh my God. Her son's DNA matches Wayne's 100%. But he is allowing an ex-US Marine to stand in his place to serve his sentence in Mexico. That was an agreement worked out between our US State Department and a judge in Mexico after a huge payoff. Mr. Anthony has an outstanding arrest warrant here in Mexico for avoiding sentencing. His cell number is redacted. I want to confirm that the phone you'll be using has been swept for malware and keyloggers. After our call, you'll understand why we are so concerned with secure comms here. And then they say 1 p.m. CST tomorrow will work. Who's Ken Turner? And then they say, confirmation of your number. I will try a test call in a few minutes just to make sure I can add Jorge in the call from here. Okay, that's good. Who is Ken Turner? I can't find a Ken Turner. Detective? No. Who's Ken Turner? Not sure who Ken Turner is. They're typing a person who's in the NYPD. They're typing a person, they're texting with they're emailing a person who's in the NYPD, but their name is redacted. Ken Turner could also be an alias, that's true. Ken Turner could be an alias, that's true. Because I don't know why they would blur out their email, but leave their name Kenneth Turner. Okay, let me write Kenneth. Oh my god. He's a police detective. This is him. Oh, sorry. Allegedly. Wait, hold on, one second. The person saying this is illegal. Okay? It's not. This is literally published. These are the Epstein Files. Okay? Allegedly. This is all public information. This is literally in the Epstein Files. I don't know what you mean by illegal. These were published by the DOJ. Somebody in the chat wrote, "This is illegal." it's a .gov site, bro. What? Wait, hold on. So you're telling me you're not outraged by the P3DOs that we have been reading about, but you're outraged by me looking this up? Make that make sense. You're not outraged by the P3DOs, but you're more outraged by the fact that we're exposing them here. Are you okay? Sick. Sick people. Sick people. Oh. Okay, this is just an investigation into Prince Andrew. I don't know why Prince Andrew is not in jail. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why Prince Andrew is not in jail. I don't know why he's out. Who's Peter Nygard? I don't know how you pronounce that name. Actually, I'm gonna butcher that name. My bad, y'all. This is another person who's listed here. Huh. Would you look at that? Nygard. Yet another billionaire. Prince Nygard is a Finnish-Canadian businessman, former fashion executive, and convicted sex offender. In 1967, he founded Nygard International, a Winnipeg-based company that initially was a sportswear manufacturer before producing women's apparel. Huh. 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 So where is he now? I hope he's arrested. Canadian court convicted him of 4 counts of sexual assault. He was sentenced to 11 years. This is why the judicial systems fail victims. How is this guy only sentenced to 11 years after engaging in P3Dophilia? I'm confused. 11 years? What the fuck? This is sick. Fucking sick. They literally destroyed these children for life. For life, they've destroyed these children. And they're able to just, yeah, you know? They're able to just live their lives after they've destroyed them. I want to see how many times his name is in here. Ha! There are 33 results of this guy. 33 results of this guy. They destroyed their lives. 33 results. Okay. "33 results of this guy." Okay. Trump. Trump. Do y'all see that number? Do y'all see that number? $5,362 results. Huh. 5,362 results. Wow. What about Biden? 590 results. Biden is at 590 results. What about Clinton? Clinton is at 3,956 results. Yeah. Trump is crazy. Trump's is actually crazy. Wow. I haven't gone through these yet. So what I'll do is I'll go live tomorrow. I'll go live tomorrow. Obama is at 2,577 results. Michael Jackson is at 218 results. Elon Musk is now 1,122 results. Wow. So what I'm gonna do is, this is crazy, y'all. Steve Bannon. 1,894 results. So there was one that I saw that was very sick. Hold on. I wanted to go back. There was one that I saw that was very sick. Give me a second. Which was... Where is it? Hold on. There was one that I saw. Oh, fuck. Where Epstein was basically talking about the... hold on. Where Epstein was talking about like the reproductive organs. Epstein, Richard. Fuck, I can't find it. Oh, hold on. I think it was in this one. The reproductive organs of women and what to do after they can't reproduce anymore. They were having a full-blown conversation about that, and it was really sick. The stuff that they were saying. Richard and Epstein. That one I really wanted to read. Hold on. Where was it? I might try to get it tomorrow because I don't know where to find it. I was reading it yesterday. The hell is a sea grape? Somebody said, look up Bill Gates. 2,638 results. What about Jeff Bezos? 199 results. Somebody said Netanyahu. 694 results. Pam Bondi. 57 results. What is this? I think these are just requests to release them and not necessarily Oh, this is just all redacted. They just redacted the whole thing. Wait. Okay, Nutka said... Hold on, let's look at it. Let's look at this. So, EFTA 00040-577. EFTA 00004. Oh, you typed it multiple times. 500. Okay. What is this? What am I looking at? Is this? Back in the 1990s, Ghislaine Maxwell recruited a girl for a modeling career. Oh my god. Instead of modeling, she was sold as a slave for sex and torture. Prince Andrew was an accessory to her death. Prince Andrew was an accessory to her death as he tortured her and me to force her murder. I need to get a passport to identify her. I will need someone to contact the passport office to get an expedited passport. He called me wanting to give him a secure email address. He is from Redacted. The number that came up is redacted. Wendy, no problem at all to include me on Epstein Maxwell notifications going forward, but I wanted to let you know that because of my unit move, the office has transitioned me off the case and added redacted. So if you wouldn't mind including her on any notifications, please, thank you, and I hope you're doing all right these days given all the circumstances. Oh my God. From Brian Miller. Who's Brian Miller? Who the fuck is Brian Miller? Oh, I feel sick. Who's Brian Miller? Brian Patrick Miller, known as a zombie hunter, the Canal Killer, is an American man convicted of murdering 2 women in Phoenix during the early 1990s. He evaded justice for more than 20 years until his arrest in 2015 when DNA evidence and forensic genealogy linked him to the cold cases. What? No, this is not an investigator. This is not an investigator. Because he is saying Prince Andrew is an accessory to her death as he tortured her and me to force her murder. Holy shit. I don't even know what to say. Okay, y'all. I think I'm gonna come back live tomorrow. This is too much for me right now. Anything that anybody has for me to check, message it to me. Okay? Message it to me. Message it to me. The number of the documents that you want me to read tomorrow, message it to me. If you want me to watch or play any videos tomorrow, send it to me. My message requests are open. If you want to stay in contact with this, my Discord server is also in the link tree in my bio. You can join the Discord server there. Send me everything you have. I'm gonna go live. I've been live for 4.5 hours now. So it's gonna be around the same time that I'm gonna be live. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through the Trump files and I will look up everything that is there. And we're gonna have the Trump live tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be the Trump live. And not only the Trump live, but also the Elon Musk live. And I also somehow have to do the what's it called live? Ehud Barak, yes. Just message me everything, whether it is who you want me to look for, what you want me to look for, videos, documents you found. This is really traumatizing. That's why I want to go off live for now and kind of process what we just read. Because some of the things I read with you guys together The community server is in the link tree in my bio. Follow my account. I'm gonna go live tomorrow around the same time. Who's the P3DO defenders? I'm confused. Okay. I don't know where my mods are. Okay, block Nathan. It's okay, he's gone. Any connection that you have, send it to me. I will look for it. I blocked them. By the way. I will literally dig through everything and we'll go through it tomorrow. I went live 4.5 hours earlier. So I've been live for 4 hours, 4.5 hours. The website is justice.gov/Epstein. Justice.gov/Epstein. So I will be live around, hold on. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's when I will go live. So I'll go live 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Exactly. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when I will go live. And we will do Trump and Elon Musk and Steve Bannon. Those will be the 3 people I'll be doing. If we get through Trump, because Trump is so much, right? So a lot. So I don't even know if we'll be able to get through Elon Musk and Steve Bannon when we're doing Trump. So 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm literally gonna go, every live I host, I'm gonna go politician by politician by politician. Who's on my radar is also the president of the UAE, Mohammed bin Zayed, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, because he's there too. Steve Miller, I'm gonna do him too. Elon Musk, Trump, Biden, Obama, and then I'm gonna check into the different countries as well. Cause yeah, it's crazy. And Netanyahu, definitely. Netanyahu too, 100%. Anybody who you want checked, any information you have, any documents that you want checked as well, DM me on this account. If you want to keep up to date, join the Discord server. The Discord server is in the link tree in my bio. Follow the account so you can come back tomorrow, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you want to support me, of course, you can subscribe. Pay links are in the link tree in my bio as well. But I'm going to do this for you guys tomorrow as well. So I appreciate y'all. And any tips that you have also, please, please, please send it to me. Any tips that you have. Anything. Right? Any tip that you have, send it to me. If you want to support me, it's all in the link tree in my bio as well. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all. See you tomorrow.